Hello, hello, ladies. You're back today again with the Woman Unleash Your Potential Summit. And my name is Placida Acheru, and I'm the founder of Coaching for Excellence. And I'm your host for this summit. I'm so delighted to bring you 21 women, 21 experts who are impacting their world. And they are here to share the secrets of how they have unleashed their potential and stepped into abundance. Now, this event was created to motivate you, to empower you, to encourage you, to educate you, give you all the tools that you need to become all that you are brought on this earth to be. Women, I tell you, it is time for you to unleash your potential. Now, one thing you must do for us, for myself and the speaker, is you must make sure you're in a quiet space, you're not distracted, you are comfortable, turn off every distraction, get focused, and take lots of notes. For those of you who are just coming and joining us on this summit, I know you've missed 1 week already. A lady wrote me and she said, I've missed 1 week already. What do I do? I said, well, we have all the audios, all the interviews recorded, because we know that some of you might not make it, some probably because of work, might not be able to listen to all the summits. So we recorded them and put them in a good package. We've had lovely speakers. All the information is on the detail page. We had a speaker who talked about moving from pain, to power and just transforming your life even though you've been in pain. And that was Miles Green. We also had Jacqueline, who told us about how to rebrand for purpose. And she said, if you find your purpose, that is your branding. It was a new thing I was hearing. And Natasha Nitri spoke about how to sell and sign up clients without using fear-based tactics. What happens out there is people make you scared and they make you buy. And she taught us how to be nice and how, the feminine model of business, how to apply it. We also had Deborah Lenny, who is an inventor. She was a teacher, and she invented something that is being used in crime scenes, and all over the world her product is being used. And she, shared with us tips on how she went from being a teacher who didn't know much to inventing, the products used in the crime scenes, and now being the director and founder of, an award-winning company called Forensics Pathway. So we had lots of speakers. We had Joanna Martins, and she was talking about energy and time secrets, how to manage your time, how to manage your energy, and she gave us some tips, amazing tips. Your energy, if you manage your energy properly with the tips that she gave us, you would achieve so much more and have extra 5 hours every week to rest. Amazing tools. We had Nan, who talked about eliminating the ghosts in our minds. We've got these ghosts in our minds that keep telling us we can't do stuff. And then if we can take that out, we can quadruple our clients' cash and confidence. Lots and lots of information in the last 1 week. Has been amazing. But today we have a wonderful woman. And this lady I met when I was starting my journey. She doesn't know me that well, but I do know her. And what made her stand out for me was her marketing material. It was beautiful. The name of her coaching company called The Game of Life, and the colors were so lovely. She just stole my heart. And I met her at a fair, at a business fair, and I just looked at all her marketing. She was so sweet. She was so nice to everybody. And I just looked at her. And today she's here with me on this Telesummit. I'm so delighted to welcome Louise Presley Turner. And she is a UK leading personal life coach and has literally helped and turned around the lives of numerous individuals who perhaps, like you, are sick and tired of feeling trapped in their current circumstances. She's an author. She writes in magazines. She is one loaded woman. And I tell you, I've been watching her for a long time. And I just said, I need to bring her on this platform. She will do best in, introduce herself better, but she stands out in the crowd. Her marketing is lovely, fantastic. She stands out in the crowd. And she's here to share with us how to find a future that fits. Time to make big changes. Some of us, we know it's time now to make big changes, but we are not sure where to start. And she's going to tell us where to start. Louise, are you there?
I am, and thank you for such a lovely introduction. I didn't realise that we'd met previously. So
we have met.
Good.
I can tell that it was in 2006 or so.
Wow! Oh, gosh, I was at the beginning of my journey then, no doubt. So
yeah, lovely marketing. You just stood out. You stood out in the crowd. There were so many people around, your section of the fair where you were, and everybody was following. I just looked at your material, and I looked at you, and you're so nice to everyone, and really caring and talking to everyone. And I was like, wow, this lady.
Well, that's very kind. Well, thank you, and I'm really excited about sort of what I have to share tonight, because I've given it lots of thought, and I've kind of pulled together all my best bits to really share with everybody. And as you pointed out, I'm one of the UK's leading life coaches, and I've been working very, very hard to kind of raise my profile over the last 6 years. And I've also just been published with Hay House in April with my book, which happens to be called Finding a Future That Fits, which of course is tonight's topic. So what I thought I'd do, if it's okay, is just to share my story, really, a bit about my story, and then we'll move into tools to help you all to find a future that really fits. Is that okay?
Fantastic, yeah.
Okay. So just to go back to the very, very beginning of my journey, because I think really I spent the first 25 years of my life looking for something that I couldn't understand or articulate or comprehend. I just didn't know what or how to fill that void, and it was definitely there. It was definitely present. And I kind of went through my life and I filled that void with many, many pairs of shoes, holidays, all the material pleasures. And I got married very young and was basically trying to fill this void, and I just didn't know how to do it. But I think I got to a point after my daughter was born, and I remember going back to work, and I'd had, I don't know how many months off maternity leave, and I went back to work, and I was a marketing manager for a big automotive company for BMW, and I had worked my way up pretty much from leaving my education, and I got a pretty good job. But as I sat at my desk and I looked at the environment around me, my daughter was only 6 months and she was being cared for full-time in nursery, and I just thought, what am I doing? There's got to be more to life than this. This can't be it. There's something missing. And I suppose at that point, unknowingly, I'd kind of asked the universe to help me. Because shortly after that, I mean, literally a couple of months later, a friend of mine, or a colleague I worked with at the time, came bounding into my office one Monday morning, waving a book in my face called Excuse Me, Your Life is Waiting. Have you read that one? Is that one that you've heard of?
No. You said, excuse me, your life is waiting.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's very wacky. It's very kind of out there.
Oh.
But you know what? At that point in my life, it was perfect for me, because I wasn't into self-help. So at that point for me, it was huge, and it was the biggest turning point for me, because as I progressed through this book, it just took me into a new world. It ignited a fire of passion that I just wasn't there before. So I found a passion for spirituality. I found a passion for self-development, for neuroscience, even for things like quantum physics, which just kind of blows your head off. I just found a passion for all of these things, and I read and I read and I read that I was so hungry. And I knew deep down in my heart that it was taking me somewhere, but at that point I didn't know where. So I carried on reading and reading, and eventually, about a year later, this journey took me to read a book called Making the Big Leap. And as I progressed through this amazing book, I realised it was written by something called a life coach. And that's when I had my big epiphany. Yeah, because that's the point where I thought, wow, I could do this. I would love to do this. Do you know that feeling? Do you remember that?
I had that feeling when I first heard a life coach. I said, what's a life coach? Because I studied guidance and counseling. Because this person said to me, you sound like a coach, you know. I was like, what's a coach? I don't like football. You know, he said, no, this is about this and about that and about that. And I said, that sounds like me. What's this life coaching I've never heard about, you know. And I went online and I was like, my head just went whoa. You know, like, my goodness, this is me and this is what I want to do.
And the great thing about coaching is that it's so positive. It's such a transformational, positive process. And I just feel so blessed to do this because, you know, it's not a heavy thing. It's a really empowering kind of process that I take my clients through. So the book, Making the Big Leap, really started my coaching journey. And I made a decision, and it was a big decision for me because I went into my husband and said, I'm going to train to be something called a life coach. And his face kind of went, what? You know, I had a career. I had a good career and I had a good salary. So to retrain or to train was a big decision for us as a family. But I had to keep holding the day job down. I hadn't got the luxury of just quitting my job. I had to hold my job down, train. I was back and down to London training because I don't live in the city. So it was really tough, a really, really tough 6 months for me because I did an intensive course. But eventually I qualified, and this is back in 2007. And I set up my business pretty much the straight away, which is thegameoflife.co.uk. And I started working with clients. But because I had the day job and I was trying to grow a little business on the side, I couldn't do it. I was burning the candle at both ends. I had obviously a baby as well. And as the universe does, it threw me a horrible challenge, a horrible kind of situation that I had to make a decision whether I stayed in my old job or whether I broke free. And it was the biggest decision for me because I had to take a real leap of faith to make the decision to leave my old life, not just my old job, but an old identity. It's a big shift, you know, when you're in the corporate world and you've got, I am Louise, I'm a marketing manager, to say, actually, I'm going to set my own business up. And I remember going into my boss's office one Monday morning and I sat down and handed in my resignation and said, I'm going to write a book. And his face, you know, his jaw just hit the floor. It just wasn't what he was used to hearing. You know, most people leave to go to a competitor, and there I was. I was going to change the world. You know, so it was a big shift. So leaving the day job was a massive leap of faith, but it allowed me to just really put my energy into my passion, into my practice, into writing my first book, into working with as many clients and writing for newspapers, doing exhibitions and all that kind of stuff that you can't do when you've got a day job, you know, when you're working full time. You can do it, I think you can do it a little bit, but there comes a point, I think, and it's scary as it is, we have to jump. You know, we have to kind of go, that's it. So really, that leads me up. Sorry, Louise. You know what? From what you've just told me, I didn't know this bit of your story. It means I met you right at the beginning of your career. And you stood out so much in the crowd. I'm trying to think about the particular fair I saw you. There are a lot of coaching schools. I was, at the time, working for a particular coaching school. I was training with them and working for them. And I saw you. And you stood out. You know, imagine starting out and standing out in the crowd. That's fantastic. Yeah, and I think as coaches, we have to find our sort of USP, our sort of what makes us stand out. And for me, you know, I'm about the real woman, the real person. You know, I didn't go down the corporate route because when I left the corporate world, I was quite happy to leave it behind. And I'm about helping women to live real, authentic lives. And I help predominantly women to find their purpose, to really make their mark on the world. And that's what I'm ultimately all about, is helping women to really find their niche, to find that passion and to bring that into the world. Because I believe we are all here with a purpose and we are here to bring that, you know, as best we possibly can. So, you know, I think when I do exhibitions, I am myself, you know, which is quite a down-to-earth sort of practical kind of girl with a bit of a spiritual edge kind of going on as well. Fantastic. So that's my journey, and majority of what I do now as a coach, and I've built my business up, and I've been in all the sort of women's nationals and had my book published this year, and I'm doing loads of speaking gigs now, which I just love. I love getting on stage and talking. I'm also doing I Can Do It, sort of Hey House's biggest conference in September this year. So, you know, it's really kind of grown for me, and I think when you're passionate about something, it naturally does.
When you're passionate about,
it happens. It starts to kind of all move. And funny enough, my latest kind of baby, my latest project is that I've just launched today, actually, funny enough, International Change Your Life Week. Basically, I'm going to be interviewing 7, a bit like this summit, if you like, because I'm going to be interviewing 7 really big names like Gabrielle Bernstein and David Hamilton and Karen Nola, who's the raw food coach, interviewing 7 individuals and sharing that with all my subscribers, you know, as kind of what you're doing, really. So I'm really excited to bring that to life later in the year. So my journey really, you know, is about one-to-one, you know, has led me to one-to-one coaching. I do an awful lot of one-to-one coaching here in the UK and also all corners of the globe, thanks to good old Skype. I do weekend retreats, which I love doing. They're so much fun at Champneys. They're just brilliant because I get to take a group of women away for a weekend. We get to step off the treadmill, and I help these women to transform their life. And then, of course, writing. I'm working on my second book, which is all a bit hush-hush, but it's kind of happening. When I get time to do it, it's a bit of a, difficult to fit it all in. But so that's my journey. I don't want to bore anybody too much. You know, this is my journey. I think it's always important, especially when people don't know my name, just to understand where I've come from and what it is that I do and how I help people.
Fantastic. Before you carry on, I just want to say to everyone who is listening, we've got some callers. Someone from Philadelphia is here. Hello, and we have a few people, you know, watching on the webcast. If you have any questions for Louise, just put it on the chat box. I'll see it and I'll, read it out to her. So just use the chat box, put in your questions, and I'll get it to her. Okay? So Louise, you can carry on.
Fantastic. So what I'd like to do tonight is really talk to you about finding a future that fits and really get you thinking about your own journey and what you're doing in your own lives. And talk about sort of very practical stuff, actually, how to set goals, but proper goals that are really going to rock your world for the better. Because what I've learned as a coach is a real knack to setting the right kind of goals. And that's what I'm going to talk about tonight, and also about how to bring those goals to fruition. Because you know what? You know, we all have these wonderful kind of ideas and dreams, but my job as a coach is to bring them into the world. And I like to think of myself as a bit of a midwife, because my job is to help, my clients to give birth to their new life. And like any midwife, there's a bit of huffing and puffing, a bit of swearing maybe. But my job is to help you to kind of get there. And that's what tonight is about, really, is how to set goals, how to then break them down into manageable chunks. Because sometimes when we set goals, we create this massive mountain in front of ourselves. And it's so overwhelming that we just give up and we just go back to our old life and we put up with our circumstances. So it's so important that you create a map of your journey. Whatever the goal is, you create the milestones in the map, which is what I'm going to talk to you about as well. So I'd like to first get you thinking about what's happening in your life and really kind of taking stock of kind of where you're at, and start to think about what goals you would like to be setting. Apparently only 3% of people here in the UK set themselves goals, real goals, written down goals, only 3%. So it makes you wonder, what the other 97% are doing. And in my mind, most people are plodding. They're kind of putting up with circumstances, situations, relationships, jobs that just aren't good for them. Yeah. They're sort of living a life that doesn't fit. So it really is, it's really time to kind of stop plodding. It's almost time to kind of take stock of what is going on and really to decide what you really want. It's almost like giving yourself permission to say, you know what, this relationship's not working, or this job isn't quite right for me. And to really get thinking about what it is that you want to bring into the world. Because as I said before, I really do believe we are all here with a purpose. We are all here with a mission. And I very recently went to see Doreen Virtue, who's a big Hay House author, and I'm a massive fan. And she, I love this, her analogy was that we are all employees of the universe. So the universe employs us, if you like, and our job is to put our hands up and take on our assignment and say, yeah, okay, so we're all here with a mission, and it's our job to figure out how we can bring that into the world. And when we do, we get paid in absolute abundance. Obviously, we get paid financially, but we get blessed in many, many different ways as well. So I kind of like the idea of thinking that we're employed by the universe, but we have to step up and say, okay, what's my mission? You know, what am I here for? You know, maybe that is to write a book, or maybe it's to care or nurture, maybe it's to work with children, maybe it's to run a charity or whatever it might be. But we are definitely all here, and some of us play quite big roles in the public, and some of us play roles, sort of more quieter roles behind the scenes. But all roles are equally as important. So I suppose what I'm saying to you tonight is it's time to be selfish. You know, it's time to let go of that limited thinking and really acknowledge what it is that you want to do. You know, if there are no limitations, such as money or time or education or whatever it might be, what do you want to bring into this world? What is your mission? And my job, as I've said, is to help my clients to bring their purpose, their passion into the world. And when people set goals, they really become incredibly focused. When you have a purpose, you wake up with a real passion and a spring in your step. And interestingly, what I've noticed fascinated me, that inspired people, you know, people that are living their life on purpose, inspired people naturally inspire other people. So it's almost like when you ignite your light, when you shine, you give other people permission to shine. So it's a very interesting. So everybody that wakes up and lives their purpose kind of naturally, as a byproduct, helps others to do the same, and it kind of goes on. And seriously, imagine how wonderful this world would be if we were all waking up and kind of doing our bit and living our purpose and our passion and helping others to do the same. So, you know, goal setting, proper goal setting is crucial if you want to see change in your life. And there are two ways of looking at change. Either you instigate the change and you say, you know what, this isn't working, I am going to make the change. I'm going to get off my bottom, I'm going to do something about it. Or you can wait for change to be forced upon you or shoved in your face, and you've got no choice but to adapt, whether you like it or not. The choice is yours. I know which one I'd rather choose for certain, and my whole life has been about kind of, I suppose, becoming the master of my own destiny, making the changes before, you know, they were shoved in my face and I had no choice. So we are here not just to endure life. You know, we are all here to make a difference and to have fun while we're doing it, and that's the important part. So
I did like.
Go on,
I did
sorry.
like what you just said. I did like what you just said. We're all here to make changes, not just to enjoy life. You know,
Yeah.
I believe that the experiences that we pass through in life is all part of our products and our packages and things that we need to use to empower someone else, empower ourselves, and empower generations to come. You know, today I got an email saying Stephen Covey has passed on today. You know, and he's written a book that has empowered so many people, and for generations, you know, it will continue to empower people. You know, and that's what, for me, you've written a book. I haven't written a book yet, you know, but I have to get on doing it. But I do this Telesummit empowering women all over the world. There are women from all over the world listening. And for me, I know that if tomorrow, you know, the Lord decides to take me away, people will remember me for this. So I feel everyone's got something, like you said. Everyone's got something. You can either choose to start now to make a way for yourself, or be forced, like you said, be forced to do it. And I think now is the time, woman, to unleash your potential.
And I think, you know what, the world needs us now more than ever. And I think, you know, you've done an awesome job bringing this about, but the world really needs people to step up and do what they're meant to do. you know, and you know, it's not always about writing books. You know, as I say, some people play very quiet roles, but so important. I mean, I have one of my clients is a Macmillan nurse. So here in the UK, those are nurses that deal with people at the end of their life. And I look at her and just think she is awesome, because I couldn't do that. And she's the most warm-hearted, gorgeous person. And what an amazing job she does. And my sister's a nurse, and she does an amazing job, you know, working with people, you know, who are so poorly, and she's not judgmental. And anyway, I'm going on, but, you know, absolutely, I agree. We are all here to make our mark.
Yeah.
So I've got some steps that I would like to share, some really important, clear, concise steps that each and every one of us, all of us can do these steps. And these are the steps that I use over and over again in my own goals, but also these are the steps that I sort of work through with each and every one of my clients to bring their dreams into the world. So they're really important. They work because I do it time and time and time again and get the results. So step one is about clearing the rubbish. Now, before anybody really kind of steps up and sets big, juicy goals, you need to kind of just take a look at your life and clear the decks, clear the clutter, physically, emotionally, mentally. I mean, really kind of make a list, really, of all the things that are draining your energy, you know, from silly things like the broken loose seats, the clutter in the cupboards, to, you know, the paperwork, or to friends that sap your energy. Anything at all, really, that is draining your energy, because these small, niggly things pull our attention away from the bigger aspects of our lives. So the first step always must be to just clear away as much as you can. I understand that not everything can be cleared, you know, but if the loose seat's been broken for 6 years, then get it sorted. They're just things that just sap you. And, you know, we can eliminate those things really quite simply. So the first thing I want you to think about is write a list of 10 to 20 things that are draining your energy, however small they are. And then, in the next column, I want you to write a solution, something you can do that will eliminate that thing from your life, to getting a new loose seat, to putting your bills on direct debit, to, you know, ordering your groceries online, you know, to getting your tyres changed on your car, whatever it is. Because then you can put it on your fridge door or your bathroom mirror and work through your list, you know, over the course of a week or even a month. See how many you can cross off, and it's amazing how much lighter you'll feel, and most importantly, you'll be more focused and ready to work on the bigger aspects of your life. Interestingly, I don't enjoy doing my finances, my accounts. I hate doing that because I love words and creating things, so that's just so boring for me, but I have to do it. And I can put it off for months and months and months, and when I finally get round to it, the weight that has been lifted off my shoulders is ridiculous, and I can't believe I've let it drag on. You know, we all do it, don't we? I'm sure we all do it. I'm not alone. So, that's step one. So step one is to clear your rubbish. Moving on then to step two. Step two is where you need to get very brave and really take stock of what is happening in your life. To take stock of all the good and all the bad, all the things that are working, all the things that aren't working, and really take stock of what is going on for you in all aspects of your life. So I normally use the Wheel of Life, which is quite a common sort of coaching exercise that us coaches tend to use, and no doubt many of you will have seen it. But just to give you an idea, it's like a cake, a big chocolate cake, and I break my wheel down into 8 segments. And it starts off with your career, moves on to money, health, friends and family, partner romance, your own personal growth, your fun, and your physical environments with your home. And basically what I want you to do is to score each area out of 10. Simple as that. Just and intuitively do this. Don't think about this too much. Go round the wheel and the 8 segments and think, right, okay, what would I give myself? 10 being absolutely wonderful, my career is perfect. to 1 being it's not good or 0 being it's awful. Give yourself a score, because that will help you to visually see which areas of your life are working and which areas aren't working. I also, fully enough, actually, just while I'm thinking, have something called a life evaluator that you can download off my website, which is, again, a really good way of taking stock. So if anybody wants to grab hold of that, if you go to www.thegameoflife.co.uk, and if you add yourself to my list, then it will automatically be sent to you. So step 2 is about getting very brave, and it's sometimes really uncomfortable when you realise that you've been in a job for 10 years that you hate, or you realise that you haven't been growing in your personal kind of journey, or that your health isn't as good as it could be, or that your money isn't as good. So it's hard sometimes to kind of really face up to the things that aren't working. But it's the first step of being liberated. It's the first step of really taking control and moving forward. So as painful as it can be to kind of realise that there are elements of your life that really need your attention, it's what you need to do to move forward. So step 2 is to take stock of your life. And then moving on to step 3. Step 3 is the really important part, because step 3 is about deciding what it is that you want to change in your life. So it's about looking at your wheel, or looking at the areas of your life, and really thinking about what you want to work on. It might be your career, it might be your money, it might be your home, it might be your relationships. But it's about really thinking, okay, what am I really committed to? I don't want any shoulds, because should goals aren't good goals. They're kind of, you feel you should do it, and the motivation isn't there when you have should goals. I'm talking about the areas of your life that you really, really want to change. So, I mean, I tend to work a lot around helping women to make their mark in the world. So I work a lot around helping women sort of set up businesses or new careers. So what I want you to do here is really think about setting yourself 3 really juicy goals that are really going to rock your world for the better. Goals that really excite you and make you think, oh, I'd love to write my book. Yes, I would love to change careers and find my purpose. Yes, I'd love to have $4,000 in the bank. Yes, I would love to find, the love of my life. And really think about the 3 goals that you would like to set yourself. But there are some things that I want to talk to you about in terms of setting good goals, because there is a knack to this. Importantly, when you're setting your goals, I want to make sure that you word them in a really positive way. Because if you're going to pin these goals up somewhere in your office or your home or wherever it might be, when you read them, they need to lift your spirits. They need to kind of get you excited. And if by reading them they drain you in any way or make you feel worried or scared, then that's not good. So, for example, if your goal was to quit my job or to hand my notice in, rather than that being the goal, a better way of phrasing it might be to say, to find a job, that ignites my passion, or to wake up with a spring in my step, is a far more positive way of wording the same goal. Or, for example, if it was a weight-related goal, rather than saying, to lose, 24 pounds, a better way would be to say to get into my size 12 jeans, or to get into my favourite black slinky dress. Far more exciting than to lose 24 pounds. So really think about your 3 goals and think about wording them in a really positive way that gets you excited. But there are 3 rules that I would like to share with you, 3 really important rules that I would like you to think about as you're setting your goals, because there, as I say, is a knack to making sure that you get the right goals. So the 3 rules are as follows. Rule number 1, so when you're looking at your 3 goals, your first rule is that your goal or your goals must really excite you. They must kind of make your tummy flutter. They must really grip you. But conversely, they should scare the hell out of you at the same time. Because if a goal isn't scary, it probably isn't going to change your life very much. You know, if it's not scary, then it isn't going to make much of a difference. There should be a very fine line between an exciting goal and a scary goal. You know, when I decided to write my book, that was scary, but exciting. And I'm sure for you, when you decided to set up this summit, I bet that was a bit overwhelming and scary, but also exciting. You know, so you need to be thinking about exciting goals, but also scary goals at the same time.
Yeah, it was exciting. sorry.
Yeah, but I bet it
was
exciting.
Yeah, it was exciting and scary, especially when I did it last year for the first time. And a lot of people didn't know much about it over here, so it was, you know. And I had my sister's wedding on. I had so many things going on. I just wanted to pull it off. And after I did it, I was like, wow, I've done it. And I'm going to do it again.
Good for you. And just as well you have, otherwise we wouldn't be talking.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, I think this is the thing. And in Suzanne Jeffers' book, Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway, you know, she talks about embracing fear because, you know what? I've never coached anybody that hasn't had to face their fears at some point. And I think so many of us, when we feel that fear, we get a whiff of fear, we stop or we run in the opposite direction. We give up, and we must not do this because, you know, goals are scary. Achieving big things in our lives, making changes is scary, and you've got to face that. You can't hide from it. You've got to head into it face on, and it's never as bad as you think it's going to be, ever.
That's true. Totally true.
So your first rule is, yes, your goal must be exciting, but it must be scary too. Your second rule is your goal, I would suggest, as a coach, should be achievable within about a 6-month time frame. Because if nothing wrong with having goals that are a year away or 2 or 3 or 4 years away, nothing wrong at all. But it's very hard to stay focused on a goal that is too far into the future. So what I would say is, you know, make your goal, break it down, and a 6-month goal is probably a really good time frame. It's a good enough time span to get things done. It's not too close, it's not too far away. And in my experience with working with hundreds and hundreds of people, that tends to be the best time frame. So really think about, are my goals achievable, you know, by Christmas or by New Year? Where are we at July? So yeah, by the new year. And your third rule is your goal must be measurable. We don't want any wishy-washy, I would love to be happier goals. We all want to be happier. We need to get really clear about specifically what your goal is, and you need to be able to measure your success so that when you get to the end, you can celebrate and buy yourself a bottle of champagne or take yourself off to your favourite restaurant. If a goal's too wishy-washy and not clear enough, you can't measure it. How do you know when you get there? So your 3 rules: it's got to excite you and scare you, it's got to be achievable within 6 months, and it's got to be measurable. So if your goals, as you read through them, you can tick those off, then you've got some good goals in front of you. But also there are a couple of, 3 checklist questions that you need to run through once you have your goals in front of you. And they are as follows. Number 1, are these goals really my goals? Because quite often we set goals because we think we're going to please somebody else, or we're looking for approval. And this is futile. It's not a good situation. You need to make sure they are your goals. They're coming from your heart and your soul. And, you know, as I said earlier, it's about getting selfish almost. It's about your goals and improving your life. Because if you do that, as I said again, you will inspire others to do the same. And if you're happy at home, your husband or your children or your partner or whoever will be happier as a result. So really think about, are they my goals? And if they're not your goals, then you need to rethink them. The second checklist question is, am I committed? Am I really committed at this point in my life to achieving my goals? Because sometimes we're not. You know, often people will say to me, well, you know, I'd love to meet the man of my dreams, but I'm not really bothered about doing it at the moment. There are other things that I need to focus on. If you're not 100% committed to your goal, the motivation, the focus won't be there. So you really need to think about, am I committed to bringing this goal into the world? Am I going to work really hard to do this? And if the answer is no, I'm not sure, then it's not the right goal. So on a scale of 1 to 10, ask yourself, how committed am I? And if it falls anywhere below a 7, then you need to rethink your goals. And the final checklist question is, will achieving these goals make me happy? So quite simply, will achieving these goals make me happy? If you're working towards your goals, they need to bring more peace, more fulfillment, more happiness into your life. And if they don't do that, again, you need to question whether it's the right goal. So once you've run through the rules and once you've done your checklist questions and you've still got your goals in front of you, then you know these goals are the right goals for you. And you know when they're the right goals because you feel excited and you wake up in the morning feeling positive. You feel really kind of excited to get going with them. You feel alive and focused, and you want to tell your friends. You want to tell people about your awesome goals that you're going to work towards, and they're really key indicators that you're onto something really important. So, once you have your goals in front of you, this is the third step in the journey. Pin them up somewhere. Goals are not goals if they're in your head. They're just fluff randomly floating around. If you write your goals down, they become real. It's the very first step to bringing them into the world. So, print them off or get your coloured pens out, write them down and put them somewhere. You will see them every single day. Bathroom mirror. I have clients that have written their goals in eyeliner or lipstick on their bathroom mirror, to really sort of, get serious about it. So think about where they're going to go. In your home or in your office or wherever you decide to put them. So the final step 4 is about making it happen. It is not enough to take stock. It is not enough to set your goals. The final step 4 is about making it happen. It's about getting our bottom off the sofa, because unless we do that, nothing will change. So step 4 is about really kind of creating your plan of action for each of your goals. It's about breaking your goals down. So I'm just going to break this down into 4 sort of steps, the final step 4, so break it down for you, because the first kind of thing to consider is to believe that you can achieve your goals. It's very important because quite often we don't believe that we're worthy or we're good enough or it's achievable. And it's really important to get the right mindset before you start your journey. So a good question to ask yourself is, what do I need to believe about myself in order to achieve my goals? And what do I need to believe? Do I need to believe that I'm clever enough, pretty enough, educated enough, thin enough, whatever enough? What do you need to believe? And really important you answer this question, because without getting into beliefs now, beliefs really shape our world, and if we don't believe that we can achieve our goals, we will start procrastinating, we will start causing all sorts of weird obstacles and sabotaging patterns and all sorts. So ask yourself, what do I need to believe about myself in order to achieve my goals? Whatever the answer, needs to become the mantra of your life, or the affirmation. I am good enough, I can do it, I am worthy, whatever it is. And that needs to be something you often repeat to yourself daily, weekly, whatever, in the car when you're driving to work or when you're in the shower. This needs to become your mantra, because this will start to program your mind with a can-do attitude. And as a coach, I know as much as anybody that it's an inward journey as much as it is an external journey. So it's very much about getting the right mindset as much as it is about achieving our goals. It really, 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 really is. So, think about what you need to believe about yourself. The next thing is to break your goals down. So once you have your big, juicy goals in front of you, it's about creating the milestones for each goal. So it's about simply breaking it down. So to just give you an example, let me give you an example. Okay, let's say your goal was to build a house. Not that I've ever personally done this, but let's say that was the goal. A massive undertaking, huge. And you would have a to-do list as long as your arm, no doubt, if that was the goal. So rather than wading into a goal like this and taking action here, there, and everywhere, you would simply break it down into milestones. So you would say, right, I'm going to break this down to 4 chunks. And the first chunk, I don't know, might be getting the legalities sorted and the planning permission. The second milestone might be finding the builders and starting the building project. The third milestone might be, the finishing touches and soft furnishings. And the final milestone might be moving in. So what you've done here is taken a humongous goal and simply broken it down to 4 chunks. And of course, within each of those chunks would be a series of many actions. But it puts it in a logical order. And what I find as a coach is that this is a really important part, because it's all very well creating some great goals, but if you haven't got a plan of how you're going to get there, you can get lost or you can become overwhelmed and end up giving up. So really, really important that you think about what your milestones are for each goal. So let's say, just give you another example, you're going to run a marathon. You wouldn't just run out one Monday morning in your flip-flops and decide that you were going to run 26 miles. You'd end up killing yourself. What you would say is, right, my first milestone is to sort my equipment, running shoes, pedometer, whatever it is that you're going to need. The second milestone might be running your first mile. The third milestone might be running your first 6. The fourth milestone might be running your first 10. You can see what I'm saying here. It's simply breaking it down. It's so important, but most of us overlook this part of the process. So look at your goals and do a bit of a brainstorm for each goal, what you think your milestones need to be. And you're looking for between 3 and 8 milestones. You're not looking for too many. Between 3 and 8 milestones. And then, once you have your milestones, it's about taking action. We can write lists, we can meditate, we can do all these wonderful things, but ultimately, unless we take action, we pick up the phone, we make contact with people, we do our research, we attend the training course, we start saving, whatever action we need to take, unless we do these things, everything will stay the same. It's not enough to strategize and to plan. We've got to get off our bottoms. And when it comes to taking action personally, I've had a bit of a process that I've been following for years and years, and it's really, really, really simple, but it works for me. I've brought my book into the world doing this. I brought my whole business into the world, and all the projects that I've ever done, I've used this system. And quite simply, I create a master to-do list for 4 or 5 months ahead. So I think about what I'm wanting to achieve in the next 6 months, and I write a master to-do list. I then write a monthly to-do list off the back of my master, and then I write a daily to-do list. Simple as that. I break it down. So I've got my master always sitting there on my pinboard, and then I work out what I want to achieve each month. And then, quite simply, each week and each day I work out, again, what I want to achieve. So I'm kind of breaking the whole process down. And, I would say to you, taking 5, 6, 7 baby steps every week is what you need to be aiming for. Because 5 or 6 baby steps will mean that you will move towards your goal really quickly. And that's what you need to be sort of working towards. Regular, consistent, teeny tiny baby steps, one at a time. And that could be as simple as, looking up a website online. It could be as simple as visiting or doing a bit of research. It could be as simple as doing some exercise or whatever it is. So you need to break your goal down to milestones, and then you need to start taking tangible, real action, baby steps. I then want you to think about getting support for your journey. It can be really hard when you're trying to bring a big goal into the world, and you're trying to do it on your own. I know this. And many of my clients, it's really important to think about who can I become accountable to? Who can keep me on track? Who can give me support when things don't go right and I feel like crying and hiding under the duvet? Who can celebrate with me when I have success? So think about hiring a coaching buddy. And I'm not talking about paying anybody. I'm talking about somebody that's already in your life, a best friend. I'm talking about, it could be a partner, somebody at work. Think about who in your life could help support you whilst you're bringing your big goals into the world. And this person's going to play a really important part for you because they're going to pick you up when you're crying and you need a bit of a hug, and they're going to support you when you've had a real major breakthrough. So, I suggest that maybe you have a conversation with somebody that you have in mind and ask them, would you be willing to support me? Could we have a regular weekly 10 minutes on the phone? And maybe you can reciprocate and actually help and support them with their goals. So think about who in your life can play this role. And if there isn't somebody, then maybe, yes, you think about hiring a coach or a mentor to help you to do this. But really think about it, because it's so important to get support, because I think you move forward 10 times quicker when you have somebody there cheering you on and keeping you accountable to your actions. I know for a fact that my clients move forward quicker when I'm there kind of gently nudging them forward. So I want to recap on our 4 steps, because I've covered a lot of content over the last sort of 20 minutes or whatever it's been. So step 1, clear the rubbish. Clear the decks. Get rid of anything that is sapping your energy so that you can really get focused on making some big changes and setting some big goals. Step 2, take stock of exactly where you are at. As scary as it is, take stock of what's happening in your life, good and bad. Get brave and decide what needs to happen to move things forward. Step 3 is about setting your goals. Really juicy, exciting goals that are really going to move your life forward and transform your life for the better. Make sure they're worded very positively so they lift your spirits when you read them. Make sure that you run through the 3 rules. So they've got to excite you, they've got to be achievable within 6 months, and they've got to be measurable. Make sure you run through the checklist questions. Am I committed to these goals right now in my life? Are they really my goals? And will they make me happy? And if you can kind of get through that part, then you know that you've got 3 goals that are really going to improve your life for the better. And make sure you pin your goals up. They're not real if they're in your head. You've got to get them on paper. And step 4 is about bringing your goals to fruition, bringing them into the world, making it happen. The most important step to get off your bottom. And this is about believing you can do this. Believing you can do it. And I really urge you, if you're struggling with self-belief, to find a book on confidence or self-esteem. Paul McKenna actually has an awesome hypnosis. I think it's called Change Your Life in 7 Days. I think that's one of them. And that's been brilliant for me in building my confidence and changing my beliefs. So make sure that you're working on beliefs, your own belief system, and believing that you can do it. Make sure that you break your goals down into milestones and start taking action. Write your to-do list or use your iPhone or your online calendar, whatever works for you. Find a way, find a system that works for you and take that action. And finally, hire your coaching buddy. Find somebody in your life that will support you. It's the really important part, is to get the support, especially when you feel like giving up. It's the person that kind of goes, come on, you've come this far, you can do this. And it's that push that we need. We all need our cheerleader. So really think about who in your life can play that role. So I hope that has inspired you to really take stock. And what I've covered, is kind of basic stuff, but so few of us really kind of do this. So it's about kind of taking stock and feeling empowered and setting those goals and bringing, making your mark on the world, shining your light, because that's what we're all here to do. So if anybody would like to find out... Oh, sorry.
No, I think you've actually covered more than just basic stuff, so it's not just basic. It sounds basic, but I like the part where you said, what do you believe about yourself? When we're setting goals, what do you believe about yourself? I like that. I like that bit, yeah. You have covered quite a lot. I'm just going to see open for questions. If you're on the call and you want to ask a question, just do *2 to raise your hand, and I'll unmute you so you can ask your question. You can ask Louise, and let me see. Those on the webcast, if you have a question for Louise, just put it on the chat box, and I'll be able to see it and let her know what your question is. Yeah? She's got 5 minutes to go, so she can take any question. Thank you. Okay, Louise, you can carry on while I just watch, and if there's any question, I would.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if anybody wants to find out a little bit more about how I help women to kind of live an authentic life and bring their genius into the world, then they can take a look at thegameoflife.co.uk. And as I mentioned earlier, you can get a free planner and a life evaluator, which will help you to really start your journey. And I also, for anybody that wants to find out a bit more about my book, Finding a Future That Fits, it's a bit like a manual, if you like, because it's broken down to 8 sections where I walk you through. It's almost like working with me as your coach. I coach you through the entire process of how to take stock, set your goals, work on beliefs, and I also very much talk about the spiritual journey as well and really understanding who you are. So for anybody, again, that wants to have a look at that, you can just go onto Amazon and type in Finding a Future That Fits, or type in Louise Presley Turner. And for anybody that wants to find out about one-to-one coaching or my up-and-coming weekend retreat, again, you can visit thegameoflife.co.uk.
I love that name, Game of Life.
Well, it is a bit of a game.
Yeah, it is a game, yeah. And, it's how we play it, isn't it? It is a game.
Well, it's knowing the rules, or making our own rules, maybe. But, it's a good... Do you know, I when I was thinking about my business name, I sat on my sofa one night and I was thinking, what could I call my... As you do when you're thinking of business names. And I remember in the 80s, there was a board game called The Game of Life. And I used to love the game. I used to absolutely love playing this game. And that's how it came about. That's how I decided my business name.
I remember, Game of Life. I know that board game. We have it.
Yeah?
It didn't even click. Well, we've got a question here from Eunice, and she's saying, what should you do when you realize you have been on the road but have lost focus without even realizing it?
You've lost focus without realizing it.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's about questioning whether you're still passionate about what it is that you're bringing into the world, because if we lose focus, there's something kind of is off. It's almost like taking a look at what it is that you're working on and thinking, why have I lost my focus? Have I lost the passion? Because some people are scanners. Some people love bringing new things into the world, and then it loses its allure. So it's about really understanding why. Ask yourself, why have I lost the focus? Is it because you're not enjoying doing it as much, or you need a fresh challenge?
Okay. Louise, is that okay for you? Let's see if there's any other question. And Eunice, has Louise answered the question? Are you happy with the answer? Or maybe she is. There's no response.
Okay.
She probably is. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Louise. I am so happy to have you. It's good to have met your journey. We keep going on this journey. I met you quite early in my own start, and I didn't even know you were starting then. And,
that's amazing. I didn't realize.
And here we are, having this summit, empowering women across the world. Somebody said she's Holland, she was saying hello from Holland. We have people from everywhere listening to this call, and I want to say thank you so much for.
Well, thank you. Thank you for bringing it into the world, because if you didn't do it, then we'd be missing out. So thank you.
Thank you. Hello again, ladies. We're back again with the Woman Unleash Your Potential Summit. And my name is Placida Acheru, and I'm the founder of Coaching for Excellence and your host for this summit. Today is going to be one sweet ride, because we've got 3 calls. 3 calls, and beautiful calls. You're going to love it. Well, I'm delighted to bring you 25 women who are impacting their world, who are changing lives, who are transforming people and helping them live in abundance. Now, they are here to share with us how they have done it, how they have stepped into abundance, and they're here to tell us. Now, this event, I created this event in 2010 as a way to motivate, in 2011, as a way to motivate, empower, encourage, educate, enlighten, and also to kick the behind of those who need kicking. Sometimes I need kicking too. So this event is also to kick your behind if you need that. Woman, I tell you, it is time for you to unleash your potential. Now, before we start and go into the serious business of the day, make sure you're in a quiet state, you're comfortable, turn off every distraction, get focused. I'm sure you have a notepad and a pen. If this is your first call, go get a pen, go get notepad, because you're going to be taking lots of notes. Previous calls have been fantastic. We've had Joanna Martins, who told us about energy and time and how we can relate that with our businesses. If you use the right energy to do the right things, so there's a certain energy for making sales calls, there's a certain energy for replying emails. If you use the right energy for the right things, you save yourself you have yourself 5 hours extra in the week to do whatever you want to do. And the more you apply the tips and tricks that she told us, you have more free time to do other things that you want to do. We had Leilak Bullock, who is a social media strategist, and she has 60,000 followers on her Twitter and generates an excess of 250 monthly visitors on her website every month. And she showed us how and what to do to be able to get to the level in which she has got on social media. We also had Katrina Sawa, who said, put your small business on autopilot and watch your profits skyrocket. And this woman, my goodness, she doesn't know what she's talking about. It was like I shouldn't let her go. I shouldn't let her go because she has so much to say. If you want to know more about all the calls, we've had so many calls already. If you want to know more about the calls, just go to the details page. You should have received the link on your welcome email, and you will find the list of all the calls. You'll find replays you can listen to, and just take notes, apply them, take action, and succeed. Today, we've got a wonderful, wonderful lady. Wonderful, wonderful lady. At 50, her name is Scott. Scott had a wake-up call. She saw that she was settling for a hollow life. And a lot of us do, at some point in our lives, decide, oh, this is not for me. What am I doing with myself? And she knew that if she didn't make a serious change, there was no reason to expect it to ever be different. Her frustration hit a boiling point, and she realized that how timid she was, feeling and acting, how utterly sick and tired she was of that pattern. And she changed her life, and today she's going to be telling us how to clear the doubt, how to get your message out. And if you are struggling and you don't know what to do with your life, Scott is the lady you're listening to right now. Hello, Scott, are you there?
Hello, Placida. I'm right here. How are you? Thank you for that introduction.
I'm fine, thank you. And you know what? It's good to know you realize at 50. I got an email from a lady who's in Australia, and she said she's advanced in age, and, she's listening to all these calls. She's beginning to realize, she pick up herself and she needs to do something about her life. She's not so techie savvy and all that, but she's been so empowered. And age, when I read her email, I said I was going to mention that age isn't a barrier, not at all. And I'm so glad that, you are 50 and you have transformed your life, starting from 50. So I'm sure that you'll be able to. You were 50, so how old are you now?
50. Now I'm 57.
Are you serious?
And loving it. And loving it more every day.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So you are the right person, for this lady in Australia to be listening to. And all the ladies on the call who think, I'm advanced in age, I can't do this. You have done it, and you're a good example. So I'm going to let you do your thing. And if I have to come in, ask you questions, I will. But I'm just going to let you flow into the call and reach out to the women who are listening to you right now, because I know you've got a lot to share because you're sharing from experience. Yeah?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you know what? That is such an excellent starting point because it's such a great point. Most of the people I work with are women, and most of them are 50 or older. And I work with a lot of women. I work with a lot of people. I'm not to rule out men. It just, women seem to find me. I think that we're stepping into our power a whole lot more. It's women that are looking for coaches and for this kind of help. So whatever that is, the point is age doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you've got something inside of you that wants out, that you're not bringing out, your age it just doesn't matter. Bring it out. When are you? If you're not now, when are you? So if you're feeling like you're too old and you just can't get around that, this is going to be the right call for you. Or, if you are having trouble getting clear about what it is you offer, knowing what it is, if you can't even figure out what it is, you just know there's more, then this is the perfect call. And what I'd like to say, just a really quick little explanation of how I came to get here, is that it really was true that at about 50, I was getting so frustrated. My kids, I was just empty nesting. My kids had graduated, gone on. When my younger son graduated, I decided to try different things. I was doing everything I could think of to do, and I still was feeling so frustrated because I knew there was more to life. I knew there was more inside of me. I knew I was not bringing it out. I had no idea of what I teach now, and no idea of the power of the unconscious, no idea of everything that was going on inside of me, where all the power was. What really happened was that it was in the fall of 2006, so it was 6 years ago. I was actually 51. I was right in that spot where you might be right now. This woman in Australia, maybe you're right there. Depressed, frustrated, going broke, bouncing around, in that conversation with myself that sounds something like, who in the hell do you think you are to be, thinking you're a healer? Get real. You're too old, you don't have the credentials, all that stuff. And there was a day for me, and who knows when this stuff comes to a boiling point. Maybe this call, maybe this telesummit will be the boiling point for you. But there was a day, and I remember so clearly sitting up in bed going, done, no more. I am done. I demand more out of my life. I refuse to spend the rest of my life in this spot. And just like you said, Placida, I knew that if I didn't do something different, nothing was going to change. And so I really, without really realizing what I was doing, now I get it, but without realizing what I was doing, I sort of, addressed the universe and said, I want two things. I want the work of my heart, and I want to be able to do it from wherever I want to be, because I love to travel. And I rented out my house. I got in my car. I spent 3 years living on the road, just sort of following. I said, universe, bring me this. I don't know. I don't really care what I'm doing as long as I love it and I feel free and happy. That's what I want. I'll follow. And as a result, fast forward to today, in that 3 years, I stumbled into, I followed this and I took this inspired action and that inspired action. And I found the work that I now do. I found it, first of all, to heal myself. And then as soon as I stepped into it, I said, oh my God, this is my work. This this is it. Yeah, I get this. I get this.
At that age, you decided to go on the road. It's scary what you did.
Well, it was scary what I did. And what I love about what I do now is that, I speak of it as I threw my life in a blender, and I said that even before I heard the great metaphor about when a butterfly becomes, when a caterpillar goes into a cocoon before it becomes a butterfly. What happens in there, you've probably all seen the nice, neat metamorphosis of a tadpole into a frog where they kind of gradually lose their tail and they gradually grow legs, and it's sort of, you can watch this progression, and it's not a great leap. It's this steady progression. Well, when a caterpillar goes into a cocoon, it turns into caterpillar soup. If you cut open a cocoon, you find mush. There is no neat little transformation, right? And so that's what I did. I went into the cocoon and I turned into soup.
Wow.
And what I love now is that with everything that I learned, with what I know now, I can reach out to women and say, you know what, you don't have to throw your life into a blender.
Yeah.
You can make it much easier. It can be a very seamless transition. You can actually find those places that are holding you back, find where you're creating meanings that aren't working for you, change those meanings, change your life. I mean, you can do it really seamlessly. It's still a deeply felt process. It's, it's not going to happen in your head. It's going to happen in your heart. You're going to feel it. It's not going to take years. It's not, it's way easier than what I made it. For me, that was my process. I took this massive leap. I really did. I don't know if you've heard that saying that true faith or trust is jumping off that cliff and knowing that you're either going to find somewhere soft to land or you're going to grow wings.
Mhm. I have.
Yeah. So, that's what happened for me in that process is I got really clear about what I wanted. I got really clear about where I was creating the reality that, or creating the thought that I couldn't really have it, and clearing that out of the way so that I let myself have what I really want. When I speak about clearing the doubt, on my website you'll see clear the doubt, follow your heart. It's really about that piece inside of us that says, oh, I can't really have what I want. It's at the unconscious level. Yeah. So the whole thing about wanting to do that, wanting to follow your heart, but then not really doing it, or knowing there's something inside that you're not bringing out. It's a huge piece. It's in my book, it's everything. That doubt that you have is the thing that's creating your world in the way that it is. And so to really understand what's going on is just so critical, to get an image of what's happening inside yourself. And that is, there's actually, on the face of it, there are just a couple of parts. In the equation, I was raised by a scientist. I'm mostly a scientist, so I love putting things in equations and speaking of scientific proofs and all that. I stand right on the edge between woo-woo and science. So this equation of how you make things happen is, you have the desire and the idea, right? You have the creative idea and the desire to make it happen. And then you develop or you have the skills and the strategies so that you can do it. And then you do it, right? And this is what happens by far most of the time in our lives. I mean, we notice the places where we don't do it because they're frustrating. But every minute of every day, you're making things happen. I mean, when you make a sandwich, You have the desire for a sandwich, you have the tools and the materials, the strategies, you get down the bread and you tuna fish and you make yourself a sandwich and you go on. And that's really, that's the equation that works for everything. And sometimes you have those parts. You have the desire, you have the skill, you have all the materials, and you still don't get it done. So what's the difference? And the difference is, if there is a part of you that is questioning whether or not you can, whether or not you should, whether it's right to make that sandwich, what's somebody else going to think of you if you make that sandwich, that's what muddles things up. And what that piece is, that is almost always present, it's almost always fine. When you're making a sandwich, when you're going for a walk, when you're doing something that's totally within your comfort zone, it's just in alignment. It's your unconscious alignment. So here's how that works. Your conscious mind that has the idea and says, I'd like a sandwich, that part of your mind is like the captain on an ocean-going ship. And the ship is scheduled to leave New York and sail to Spain. And the captain's got the charts, she's got the maps, she's got the plan, the schedule. She's calling out the orders. And she gets the ship out of the harbor and out onto the ocean, and the crew is just jumping to, following every order, and everything's fine. The captain is giving the orders, the crew is following. Until one day. So most of the time the captain says, 10 points to port, and the crew hops to and does everything it takes to move that ship. They fire up the boilers, they pull in the lines, they turn the wheel, they do everything it takes to move that ship 10 points to port. And then one day the captain calls out, 8 points to starboard, and the crew looks over there and they say, I don't think so. The last time we went over there, there was a reef and we had a shipwreck and we're not going there. And the captain can be up there on the bridge yelling 8 points to starboard. She can be yelling affirmations. This ship will turn 8 points to starboard. And the crew is down below having a smoke break. Going, knock yourself out. Right? Whatever, Captain. We're not going there. And can you feel how stuck this ship is? I mean, that's when the ship flounders. And that's how we operate. Our conscious mind is like 5% of what's moving us forward. Our unconscious is 95%. And it is the power that makes us move. And we move in the direction of the unconscious. And we will enjoy the results when our unconscious mind is in line with our conscious mind. And when our unconscious is moving us in the direction we want to go, we're very happy. We don't even notice necessarily. When our unconscious mind is out of alignment, when it's got doubt or fear that stops us, that's when we're stuck. That's when things aren't working. And so that's the piece in that equation that so often gets missed. You've got the conscious desire, you've got the plan, you've got the strategy, the skills, and you may or may not have that unconscious alignment. And what happens is that before you realize that, before you really get that, before I got that, I thought that what I needed was, I knew I had the desire. I thought maybe I just needed more information. Maybe I just need more credentials. Maybe I just need more tools and strategies. Maybe I just need, the whole list goes on. But when it's your unconscious mind and your fear and your doubt that's stopping you, those voices when you don't even, it's unconscious. You don't know what they are. They're below the level of your consciousness. But they're driving the boat. To really get how powerful that is a really.
So how does this unconscious alignment, I know the conscious mind is very little percentage of what works. It's 5% or so. And you say 5% or 15? 5%. 5, yeah. So how do we get the unconscious to work better for us?
Well, you know what really helps is to get where all this came from. You know, just as a starting point to really see how this developed. And there's sort of a quick little bit of scientific background on that, is that when we come in as infants, we have so much to learn. If you think about how much a baby has to learn, it's everything. They're just soaking up. They're just a little sponge soaking up everything. They are just one complete unconscious mind. There is no conscious mind at that point. There is no distinction conscious, unconscious. They're just soaking it all up. And they develop an idea of what the world is like based on their experiences. This little baby, until they're about 6 years old, they're just taking in information and deciding what the world is like. And at about 6 years old, you begin to develop your critical faculty, which is sort of, I see it as kind of a layer between your conscious and your unconscious mind. So that what the critical faculty does is it filters out information, because you cannot learn at the rate that you did as an infant all your life. You know, there's that period of time, they call it the imprint period, when you're taking all that in. And then to become a conscious human being, the next step is to develop your conscious mind. And that part of that process is to make much of your life unconscious, to sort of put it on autopilot, to put it on program. And you do that according to what you've already decided is true about the world. So at that point, when you develop the critical faculty, you filter the information that comes in, and you allow in what matches what you've already decided the world is like. So if you grew up in a family where money, you know, people that have money are greedy. You know, that's a very common, it's not okay for me to have money. People that have money are jerks and assholes. And sales are not, you know, to be too salesy. That's pushy. You don't want to impose on other people.
Yeah.
Or it's safer to stay below the radar. I better not offer opinions. I better just be quiet and not speak up. Or I have to fight. I have to prove everything. I mean, there's a million things that we decide about how we need to be in the world. And from that point, we live according to those programs. And they're unconscious programs. So the result of that, what happens because of that here at 50 or 55 or 60, the reason so many people at this age are saying, you know what, I'm ready to change this, is because at this age you can look at the patterns in your life and you can say, wow, there's some unconscious programming that I've been carrying all my life that keeps me from being willing to put myself forward. It keeps me from being willing to be clear and speak a good opinion. It keeps me overweight. It keeps me, you know, whatever the pattern is. It keeps me disorganized, so I keep shooting myself in the foot. I try to do things, but I've got all this clutter around me, and I can't make it happen. You know, whatever the pattern is that's not serving you, it's coming from that unconscious place. And it's all about safety. Your unconscious mind, its job is to keep you safe. It does not care if you grow. Your unconscious mind, it is not vested in your growth. It is invested in your safety. Your conscious mind wants your growth. And when those two are in non-alignment, your conscious mind is going to win. I mean, your unconscious. And here's the reason for that. Yeah, your unconscious is going to win. Here's the reason for that. If there's some just sort of basic facts to know about the difference between your conscious and unconscious. This makes it so clear. One is that your unconscious mind never sleeps. It is on duty 24/7. It remembers everything. It has no trouble remembering stuff, right? It is the thing that is in charge of keeping you breathing and keeping your blood pressure at a certain rate. Do you think it has to think about that? Do you ever think about your blood pressure? No, that's your unconscious. And so in the same way that it regulates your breathing, it regulates your underlying behaviors, your habits, your patterns. And the breathing is a really good comparison, because in the same way that you can control your breath, you can hold your breath, you can change your breath, but only as long as you keep it in your conscious attention. And where your unconscious mind can remember an unlimited number of things, your conscious mind can remember about 7 at any given time. It can handle about 7 chunks of information. So you can hold your breath, you can change your patterns, you can check your behavior. Say you want to quit chewing with your mouth open. Just pull one out of the air. You can remember to do that. You remember to chew with your mouth closed, until you start talking to somebody else and your attention goes to some other chunk of information. Chewing with your mouth closed falls off the bottom, and all of a sudden, there you are doing it again, because you've only got room for 7 things in your conscious mind. So, pardon me?
You say 7 things. You only got room for 7 things.
7 chunks, give or take a couple. But basically, what they say, and these are proven numbers, that your conscious mind can handle 7 plus or minus 2 chunks of information. And a chunk of information is like when you're learning to drive a stick shift. There are 7 chunks of information right there. You've got to press in on the gas, let out on the clutch, move the stick, look out the window, turn on the, you've got your complete attention is on learning to drive a stick shift car. Once you develop the unconscious competence to do that, that becomes 1 chunk. Driving the car is 1 chunk of information. Then you can fit in drinking the coffee and putting on your mascara and texting on your phone. Not. But that's how that works. And so the other piece to know is that your unconscious mind is filtering all the time. As you walk down the street, it's filtering for what 7 chunks are going to be allowed in. So if you are a person who unconsciously believes that people can't be trusted, your unconscious mind is going to filter for evidence that that's true. You're going to find the places, you're going to see the times that, oh yeah, there's another example. See that person? They can't be trusted. If you have a different unconscious program that says, you know what, the world is fundamentally a safe place and people by and large can be trusted. It's the anomaly when they can't. And if you walk down the street holding that belief, and I'm talking about unconscious beliefs, you are not aware that you're carrying any belief as you walk down the street. But you're carrying something of one or the other of those. So if a person who has a fundamental belief that you can't trust people is walking next to a person who has the opposite belief, who believes that you have, you know what, by and large people are good, their unconscious mind is going to bring them different information, and they're going to have a completely different experience. And when they get to the end of that block, if they were to stand there and compare notes about what they saw walking down the street, they would find that they had a completely different experience. Oh, did you see that place where they said they were open, but they weren't really open? And there was that other guy. I saw a guy back there who was actually getting into somebody else's bag and taking something out of it. And the other person saying, oh, my God, you know what? I noticed how beautiful it is where this person really, they really cleaned up their storefront. It's really different than it was yesterday. And they washed their awning, and it looks so good. And, you just notice different things. They have different lives. Their life experience is different. So when you hear that sort of new age woo-woo deal that you create your own reality, this is why it's true. Scientifically, it is true because you are allowing in information based on what you unconsciously expect. So you are creating your own reality. This is the key point. This is the key point. If you take nothing away from this call other than this point, and that is this. If you followed along with that explanation, and if it resonates, and if you say, you know what, I can see, I can buy into that. Yeah, that resonates. Then what I invite you to do is to adopt that as a way to view the world. Adopt that and begin to use that to take responsibility for every result that shows up in your life. And so what I'm saying is, if it's hard for you to get on the phone and make calls, if you find yourself reacting in fear to something and pulling away from it, if you are broke and your bank account is just broke and you're tired of that pattern and you're just, whatever the piece is or pieces that are frustrating you in your life, whatever, for example, brought you to this Telesummit. Because if everything was going great, probably you would already be feeling like you were unleashing your potential and you'd be out there doing it, right? So there's some reason you're on this call. Whatever that reason is, my invitation to you is to look that in the face and take responsibility for it. Say, I don't even know how, but I am going to stand in the space of saying, I have created this. Something in me, somehow at some unconscious level, I've created the fact that I'm broke. I've created the fact that I can't get clear about my message. I've created the fact that I don't know what it is I want to do. I've just got this aching inside of me to do something more, and I'm so frustrated. I've created this. Because when you do that, instead of saying, oh my God, this is happening because nobody will give me a chance. This is happening because, fill in the blank. There's a million excuses. There's a million reasons it's happening. Those all keep you in victim mode. And that may be a harsh thing to hear, but whenever you're blaming where you are on something else, you're making yourself a victim. So take responsibility for that too. Because what happens when you take responsibility is you get to say this. You get to say, okay, if I'm creating this, if I'm responsible for this, that means I have the power to create it. That means I have the power to change it.
That's true.
It's a huge, huge difference. If you say, I am this way because of the economy, what power do you have over that? You might as well just roll over and pull the covers over it. Right?
Yeah.
What am I going to go out and change the economy? Oh, my God, there's nothing I can do. Why would I even get up this morning? Instead, if you say, you know what, there are people thriving in this economy. They're doing it somehow. And I have made a commitment to myself. Here's the commitment that I would invite you to take is, and I can't prove this. I can offer, the scientific explanation I just did, but I'm not telling you I can prove that you create all your results. But here's the stance I invite you to take, is to say, you know what? When I act as if I do, when I act as if I create everything that's happening in my life, I like my life a whole lot better. I like the results I create. I like the feeling. I like the questions I ask myself. My life goes better. That's the place where I live from. I know that my life is very different when I live from the place of saying, I create it all. Because then I've got the power to do something different. The questions that I ask myself then are, if I created this, what can I do differently? What am I going to do differently to create something different? And it becomes a whole lot more interesting. Does that make sense?
Of course. Yeah, it does make sense. Before you continue, I just want to say, for the ladies on the call, if you have a question, just do *7 to talk. You unmute yourself. And for those on the webcast, there's a chat box. Just put your questions on the chat box, and I'll be able to get it discussed. Yeah?
Perfect.
So
Perfect. Yeah. So I want to add one clarification to what I've just said, is put down the whip. This is not about blaming yourself. This is not about adding one more layer of making things difficult. Taking responsibility is not about blaming yourself, assigning fault, judging. In fact, the main thing that I would say, another key takeaway, is relax your judgment. Put your judgment down and feel the gratitude for yourself for having gotten yourself this far. Judgment is the glue that holds hard things in place, and gratitude is the grease on the wheels of change. You know, when I think about working with a person's unconscious, my own unconscious or anyone else's, what I do more than anything is imagine that part of myself as a small, scared child. And who would judge a small, scared child? You don't. You love a child. You help them get over their fears. You help them feel them and then get over them. You let it be okay. You let it be okay to be scared. You let it be okay. And then that fear gets released and you can move on. So it is just, judgment is the first thing that I would have you just put down the whip. When you take responsibility, it's the most empowering thing you can do. Let everything that happened up until now be what happened up until now. It brought you right here. It brought you to this call. It brought you to where you can learn the next piece. It took everything that you've done. You are a beautiful, luminous being. You have had an amazing, unique, incredible life experience. You've made all kinds of choices and decisions that have brought you to right here, right now, today. And in this space, just look around and say, if I could do anything now, what would I most love to do from here, from this space? Putting down any judgment, any second guessing, and just moving forward from here. What would I really, really like to do? And then from that space, the next useful thing to do, the most useful thing to do is imagine what you want. It's the thing that people tend to do the least, with the least clarity, and it's the most important piece. I was, before we ever got on the call, I was telling Placida about a very good friend of mine who I was backpacking with a few weeks ago. And she told me a story. She actually is a writer. She wrote a book that turned into a new science called biomimicry. She's got an amazing, amazing mind, amazing things going on. And she's now ready to write her next book. And her speaking is a lot of what brings in the money for her business, her company. And she was saying to her executive director that they needed to figure out something. She's got the next book. You know, she needs to write her next book. She's really got a lot to say. She's very excited about it. She needs to be off the speaking circuit so that she can focus. And Bryony, her executive director, said, well, shoot, we'll just go to our top 4 donors and say, look, we need $25,000 from each of you to get Janine focused so she can write her book. And Janine said, you know, wow, you can really do that. And Bryony said, oh, my God, are you kidding? A piece of cake. So they had that conversation, and Bryony was setting up the campaign, hadn't acted on it. And, you know, you get that the goal is $100,000, right? Well, a week later, they get notification that Janine, in the auspices of biomimicry.org, has just been awarded the Heinz Award, which carries with it a $100,000 prize to be spent as you will. And this is how it works. This is how it works. When you get crystal clear about what you want. What you want, and you clear out the doubt that it can happen, because your doubt is what pushes it away. Then it becomes this push-pull. I want this, but I doubt that I can have it. You're never going to get it. That the doubt becomes this fog that keeps your desire just out, you know, sort of out of touch of the universe. When you get crystal clear about what you want, envision it clearly. Envision it so clearly that you can see it and taste it and feel it and hear it and be in the evidence of the moment when you have created it. And you step into that space. That's a message to the universe, which is standing by, waiting for the clear instructions. And when you're that clear, then they're delivered. It is delivered. It's just, and if you think that I'm kidding about this, I am not. I am not. This is how it works. And there are some things to know about that, because it really is. You know, having the vision of what you want is the key piece. So something to know, some more little quick factoids about your unconscious mind, are that your inner mind cannot tell the difference. If you go into that space of really, truly, vividly imagining what you want, and not that you want it, not that it's out there coming to you, but you step into it being here. You step into that moment when you're looking around at the evidence that it has happened, that it is here right now. Like if your goal is to take a trip to Hawaii, your evidence might be, I'm stepping off the plane onto the tarmac. I can feel the languid air. I can smell the frangipani. I hear the surf in the distance. I'm amazed at this little terminal where there's no walls. It's all open air. This is so wild. This is so different than anything I've ever seen. Yada, yada, yada. And you imagine that clearly. What you're saying to yourself, how it feels, the quality of the air, the sounds that you're hearing, the smells that you're smelling. When you do that, as far as your inner mind is concerned, it's real. It's as real as the chair you're sitting in right now. There's a lot to be said about the fact that most of what we live in is actually illusion. It's actually not any more real than what we're imagining. They're equally real. And so when you choose to sit, even for 5 minutes a day, and imagine that, visualize it, make it real, you're going to create it. You just can't help it. When you get that clear, and you clear your doubt about it being possible.
And Scott, you told me a story about this summit and yourself. I think it'd be nice if you shared that story with the ladies.
Oh, yeah. I work with a coach myself because I absolutely believe in this work that we do, Placida, for myself as well as for others. And about 4 weeks ago, we were laying out some goals, and I was talking about what I wanted, and I said, I really want to do more speaking. I want to get on some telesummits. I want to be reaching out to more people. I want to be teaching this stuff. It's a big message, and I love getting it out. And so that was duly noted as my goal, and we moved on. Well, I came out of this backpacking trip, and there's the email from Placida saying, hey, got a last-minute opening here on this telesummit. Can you possibly, you were recommended by one of the other people, can you possibly fill in on this? I said, yeah, of course.
And on my own end, someone had dropped off. She couldn't make it, so I had space. And so I put word out to the other speakers saying, do you know anyone? And then you were recommended.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Yep. Yep.
So it does work.
I love it. It's really how it works. And so there's a couple of, there's one really good, I've got a tool you can use. If you go to changethequestion.com, there's a fun little video there that walks you through a process of asking a question that will change your results. And I'm not going to go into that right now. I want to teach a different one here because I know that I've got a little more I want to say, and we've got 15 minutes left, so I'm just watching my time. So there's one really fun, short, little, powerful tool at changethequestion.com. The other one, and this one is just huge. You're going to laugh when you hear this, but I believe if you try it, you're going to feel its power. And that is putting things in the past tense. When you have a habit that you want to lose, when you have a pattern you want to change, when you have something that you want to change about your life, speak about it to yourself differently. And I would invite you to hold yourself to a very high standard. When you feel how powerful this is, just take this on in your life. Make this the way you talk to yourself. And that is putting it in the past tense. If you can do it on something big, you can do it on something small. If you have trouble going to the gym, say, you know what? It used to be really hard for me to go to the gym. And now I find that it feels so good that it's getting easier and easier every day. If you struggle with your money and your finances, instead of saying, oh my God, I'm always broke. Oh my God, I never have money in my bank account. Oh, here I am again. Oh my God, okay, drop that conversation because that's a reminder. Your unconscious mind is listening and saying, okay, well, they're my marching orders. Be broke, be broke, be broke. So change that conversation and say, you know what? I used to really struggle with my finances. I used to be broke all the time. And now I find I'm beginning to get ahead. I'm beginning to get a handle on it. I'm taking better care of my money. I'm respecting it more. I'm paying attention. It's getting easier and easier, and it feels really good. And here's the deal. Your unconscious mind doesn't speak logic. It speaks feeling. It speaks emotion. So when you have this conversation, feel how relaxed it feels to let go of that clenching of always being broke. And that will happen when you say, I used to. You'll feel in your body. You'll feel an opening. Even if it's a small opening, it doesn't matter. The size of the opening doesn't matter. The size of the relaxation makes no difference. The movement, the direction of movement is what matters. So allow yourself to take that in. Allow yourself to say, you know what? This used to be a problem. And now I'm getting better and better at it, and it feels so good, and feel that. That, my friends, will change your life. If you take that on as a new practice, that will change your life. And I'm in the middle of making another little video that's like the Change the Question video. In fact, I'm making a whole series of these little videos. And, you know, the thing is, your unconscious mind, it's the equivalent of a small child. It really is. You know, maybe a 7 to 9-year-old child is what they say. It likes to play. It likes to celebrate. It likes to goof around. It doesn't want to be serious all the time. It likes to feel things. It likes to do cartwheels. So, you know, let it out to play.
I love this conversation. I love this talk. I love what you're saying to us. It's just because I had a question like, how do we change it? And you've just given us the answer. You know,
it's one way.
Yeah. And imagining,
you know,
and
imagining, and then really, the big piece around it is to get real with yourself. Yeah. Get real with yourself. If you are tired of settling, don't keep making it okay. What we do in our lives, just to get by, just to keep putting one foot in front of the other, we make it okay. You know, we laugh it off. Oh, yeah, I'm always broke. Ha, ha, ha. You know. Mm. Well, stand in front of the mirror and say, is that okay? Am I settling for that for the rest of my life? You know, that's the moment. The moment when you decide, this is not okay. I am no longer willing to settle. Then you start looking at what's really true. You start looking at, you know what, I'm looking at people that are really making things happen, and I'm letting it be okay that I'm not. And you know what? It's not okay with me. And you attach to that part of your determination. And that's when you start doing things. You start being willing to take responsibility, to say, you know what? When I take responsibility, I do things like use this simple little tool to put it in the past tense. I do things like figure out how to, I go find out what are the underlying pieces that are keeping me, you know, what is this underlying thing that's keeping me stuck? I want to know what this voice is saying. I want to know what it is so that I can deal with it, because the results I'm looking at, I'm no longer willing to put up with. You know, and as women, a place to really get traction with yourself around that is when you look at your children, and you look at your loved ones and your children, and you say, okay, I'm going to admit that my children do not do what I say they should do. They do what they see me doing, and what am I modeling? I can tell them all day long, follow your dreams, do what's in your heart, go out and make it happen, light it up, have a great life. But they see me holding back, playing small. What are they going to do? When the chips are down, when push comes to shove, they're going to do what I do. And that is a huge motivation for women to say, you know what, I'm going to figure this out because I want to give my kids a different model. And the thing about modeling is that it doesn't matter how old your kids are. My kids are in their mid-20s. And still, for me to change what I was modeling shifted especially my older son's life. My older son was an addict, an alcoholic, in an abusive relationship, an abuser. I mean, I looked at this young man and said, how in the world did I raise this person? Oh my God. You know, it's I can't tell you what that path is like. Many of you will recognize it. The ones who don't, man, appreciate that you don't. Here's what I have seen. In the 6 years since I was actually, I'm going to say 5 years since I actually did this work myself, went in and found those unconscious beliefs and shifted them, shifted my own patterns. Got to the person that could help me shift my patterns. And then began this new path of saying, I am creating my results. I'm going to create different ones. I'm going to live in this different way. As I have done that, and as I have stepped up in my life in all areas, and as I have healed myself, from those limiting beliefs that I was carrying. Here's what I have watched. Without doing anything specific or overt, without even, for a long time not even talking to my son. We were so out of touch. Things were so out of balance. But as I have healed myself, he has healed. He became sober in December. He appeared out of nowhere after 3 months when we thought he may be dead. He appeared and became ready. We helped him on his path through rehab. He's now sober. He's moving into, I have the proof in my own life experience that this energy stuff is real, that this unconscious stuff is real, and that it can shift. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter how old your children are. The effects will ripple through your family. They will ripple through your community. They will ripple through the world. When you make different decisions, when you decide to figure out what it is and change it. And I cannot give you any more of a heartfelt plea to do that for yourself. The best thing you can do for your family, for your community, for your world, for your work, for everything you're here to bring, is to get a handle on what's happening unconsciously, take responsibility, and make it different. And there are ways to do it. There are ways to make it. You don't have to throw your life into a blender. At the end of the day, what it's all about is what you make things mean. And, I just opened a whole can of worms here within 2 minutes of the end of the call. So, that's a whole nother conversation. We'll go into that one next time. But really, the key is to get real with yourself. If there are results that are frustrating you, feel that frustration. Be done settling. Get traction with yourself. Admit what it's costing you. And make the change. Take responsibility. And Placida, what I would like to offer to the people on this call, to the women on this call, is a free conversation. If you want to find out what the primary bottom line gremlin voice in your life is that's driving your results, and how to get into action around it, I offer a free call. I call it a discovery call, and I can do what I've set aside is 10 of those calls for women on this Telesummit. And here's what I know about the people that I work with. The people that I love to work with and who are my people are the ones who are in that place that I was in when I sat up in bed that day, frustrated. On a scale of 1 to 10, they say they're a 12 with the frustration. If you're in that space, I would love to talk with you because you're so ready to make that leap. That frustration is your greatest ally. You can use it. You can use the energy of that frustration to make a major shift in your life. You can do it. And so if you want to do that, the place to go, come to my website, scoutwilkins.com/discover. And you'll find a few questions there, one of which is, how frustrated are you? So let me know in no uncertain terms how frustrated you are and what's going on. And we'll get on the phone. And this is a call. It's a free call. This is one of my services in the world, to do this call. And there is no obligation. You can make your own decision. You will make your own decision about what you want to do with the information that you get. The information that you get will change your life. So it's scoutwilkins.com/discover. www.com/discover.
Fantastic. We have come to the end. We've come to the end, but this call it just could go on and on. I just got good simple as you were speaking. And I think this call, all the ladies should listen to it because our unconscious is stopping us from achieving and becoming who we should be. And you have evidence of change. So,
yeah. In many ways. In many ways.
Yes. Yes. So, I don't know, I think I'm going to just say, ladies, you've got to listen to this call. You've got to listen to this call because you've given out so much information on how we can change the way our unconscious work and get us to the next level. Yeah.
And it can be
Thank
really
you
simple.
So much.
It can be really simple. Just using a little word in the past tense, change the question. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's fun. Placida, thank you so much for having me on here. I really appreciate being able to talk to everyone here.
And I thank you, too, for sharing your personal life with us, and that story, I don't know what to say, but it's a confirmation that if we do what we have to do, then our lives can really transform. And you're not 20 or 30 or even 40. You started and decided to change your life after you become 50.
Yep.
And then you're here,
Yep.
And thank you so much for saying yes to me, for saying yes to the ladies who are on the call, and for impacting them. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It really has been delightful to be here.
Well, ladies, I want to thank you all. I'm seeing calls from all over. There is somebody from San Diego, California. I don't even know the state in America.
Yes.
Forgive me. California, yeah. And we've had people from Australia and, different places calling in. Thank you so much for taking our time. We've got 1 hour break so that I would have some time to record. We've got 3 calls today, and the next one is my call. So I'm giving myself some time to rest before I go into my call and then the next call. So I'll see you guys at 8:30 GMT. Confirm that with your time zone. 8:30 GMT, I'll see you, and we'll talk. And you can hear my story and my tips on how you can, become successful. This summit has been so wonderful. I just so excited about all the speakers. They've all been very generous with the information that they've given us. And I hope that, ladies, you've already bought your pack, upgraded and bought your package. If you haven't, it's going to double after the event. Not my fault. Don't delay. It's 50% off now. If you don't buy it now, you wait till after the event, you're going to buy it double. It won't be my fault. So go get your package now. I'm being nice to you. And I'll see you soon in about 1 hour's time. Take care. See you soon. Thank you very much, Cal. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Hello, ladies. You're back with the second call. And welcome to the Woman Unleash Your Potential Summit. My name is Placida Acheru, and I'm the founder of Coaching for Excellence. And I'm so excited. We've got a very special lady today. But I'm more excited because we've got 21 speakers, experts in their own field, women who are doing wonderful things in their world, changing lives and, helping people start their own businesses and just living life to the fullest. And they are here to share the secret of how they have unleashed their potential and stepped into abundance. Now, this event was created as a way to motivate, empower, encourage, educate, enlighten, and also to kick the behind of those that need kicking, so that they can be all that they were brought on this earth to be. Women, it is time for you to unleash your potential. Now, before we go into the call, just make sure you're in a quiet space. You've got your pen, you've got your notepad, you've got everything that you need to make this call work for you. We've got a very special woman. She was here last year, and she was totally amazing. She's become a good friend of mine, and her name is P.J. Van Hall. and I think I pronounced it well.
Yes.
I think I pronounced it well. Well, she is one woman who is so fantastic when it comes to marketing. And today I've made her, speak on a topic which is also very good at, but she, doesn't talk about it that much. But she is very good at that. PJ works with coaches, consultants, speakers who love what they do but get frustrated with the marketing part. So she is excellent. And a few years ago, she thought she had made it, starting with $10,000 of her own money. And PJ acquired over $6 million in real estate, created a six-figure seminar company, and was on a track to be able to retire by the time she was 31. Isn't that amazing? Now, she is here to tell us how to attract more clients through effective networking. And PJ, I know you're there, so welcome again, second time around to the Woman Unleash Your Potential Summit.
Yes, thank you for having me back.
You're welcome. Your energy is amazing, and I love what you're doing. You're all over the internet. If at this period, the last 30 days, I think you've just been flashing everywhere.
I'm following you.
Yeah, you're following me. I'm following you. You are the guru. I just love what you're doing, and I just love what you're doing. Well, thank you so much for coming on the call again. You're such a friend. You've been very supportive to me. You've helped me in so many ways, more than I can even express gratitude for. So thank you so much for being very supportive, and welcome. I'm going to let you do your thing because you are very good at it. So you've got the floor.
Thank you. Well, I'm excited that you asked me to talk about networking because it's something that I'm passionate about, that I think I do really well, and that I see a lot of people doing badly. And so it's something that I have a lot of passion for, and I also have a lot of pet peeves about when people do it wrong. And it's also something that I don't usually get to talk about. So I don't think I've ever been interviewed on this before. I think this is only material that I've shared with, my mastermind clients. And so I'm really excited that I get to share it with the Woman Unleash Your Potential folks, because this will help in general, And when I'm talking about networking, I'm just, I'm referring to social networking or business networking, not computer networking, like making your computers talk to each other. Just so that's clear. And if you're not familiar with the term, a social network is a structure made up of individuals or organizations that are tied by one or more different types of interdependency, like friendship, kinship, common interest, financial exchange, or other relationships. So a social network is a map of all the relevant ties between all those individual people or organizations. So when I'm talking about a networking event, it's building that social network and that social map. It's not about closing more business deals or meeting hordes of new people right there at the networking event. It's about developing relationships that lead to future business being closed. And I think that this is a mistake that a lot of people make. They go into a networking event as if they were hunting. They're hunting for new clients, and they're trying to sell their stuff right there at the event. But networking is really more like farming than it is about hunting. You're planting the seeds and nurturing them until they grow and bear fruit. So a nice way to think about it is that networking is a way of helping other people and nurturing relationships as a way to build your business. And I have a lot of experience with this. I was in a networking group called BNI, which stands for Business Network International. I was a member for 6 years, and I held almost every leadership position. I was president twice. I went to a lot of their advanced trainings. I've gone to trainings by their sister company, the Referral Institute, by another company, 3E Communications. I've read a lot of books, done a lot of courses, and had a lot of experience. eWomen Network is another group that I've been on the leadership committee for. So I've had a lot of opportunity to see, learn, and experiment with what works and what doesn't in terms of networking. And the BNI motto that I love is givers gain, is what they always say. And I like to take it a step further and say give to givers, because it's not just like there's always that good karma and reciprocation of giving in general, but when you give to givers, other people that really understand this principle, then you can just exponentially maximize your results. So the main thing that I would like for you to take away from this is that when it comes to building contacts through networking events, quality definitely comes over quantity. So rather than trying to meet 1 million people, making a few quality connections is actually going to be more effective.
That's true. Totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Do you have BNI where you are, by any chance?
Yes, I do have BNI here.
Oh, cool. And what groups have you checked out or been a part of?
Actually, I am not a member of BNI, but I organize networking events, and then there are other networking events, here in the UK that I attend. But they do have BNI here.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
I'll just let you carry on. Carry on.
Thank you. So that said, let's talk about how you can get more out of your networking events. I'd like to give you 3 keys today to supercharge your results from networking, because what I found is that a lot of people jump around from group to group trying to meet a bunch of people, and some people go to 4 or 5 networking events a week, which to me is like, that to me seems exhausting. And they're just running around, and everybody sees them and kind of knows who they are, but they never take the time to develop those relationships even any further. So they're spending a lot of money on events, they're spending a lot of time on events, and then eventually they get discouraged because they're not getting results, they're not making money, they're not getting clients, and then they say, well, networking doesn't work. And so here's 3 keys that you can take away to get a lot more out of the events. And when I've implemented these, I actually go to fewer networking events now, but I get more results from them because of this. So the first key is network for strategic alliances, not clients. One of my biggest pet peeves at a networking event is when somebody comes up to me and just tries to sell me something like, oh, hey, have you tried this organic coffee? Like, you really should. It'll help you lose weight, and it's organic, and it's coffee. And I'm like, how do you even know I drink coffee? You're just assuming that. You haven't even asked me my name yet, and you're trying to sell me coffee. And it irritates me. And I think the reason it irritates me is because it feels really inappropriate for what our level of relationship is. Whereas if I had said, oh, man, I really, really love coffee, and I want an organic one that can help me lose weight, then somebody could be like, oh, well, have you heard of this? And it would be like a natural part of the conversation versus just kind of coming in and trying to harass me with their coffee, I guess. So, the first reason that you don't want to network directly for clients is that it's very annoying to the other person when you're trying to sell the person that you're talking to. People like to buy stuff. We buy stuff all the time, but we don't like to be sold, right? So let it develop naturally. What you'll find is when you're not directly looking for clients, you're looking for strategic alliances, some people will end up saying, oh, yeah, I want to buy your thing anyway. So you will get clients from networking events, but that shouldn't be the main focus. The first reason for that is because it's annoying to sell the person you're talking to. And the second reason is instead of getting just one sale and focusing on one client, why not focus on somebody that can refer you to 250 clients? That's a much better use of your time. So a strategic alliance, if you're not familiar with that term, is somebody that can promote you to their group of people and actually bring you many, many, many clients instead of just one. Other words for this are joint venture partner, promotional partner, referral partner. In an ideal, perfect world, a strategic alliance is somebody that serves the same tribe or target market as you do, or your same ideal clients as you do, but isn't in direct competition. So, for example, If I sell maternity clothes, somebody else that sells baby name books, you know, we're both kind of dealing with mothers to be, right? But we're not in direct competition.
Yeah.
That would be an ideal strategic alliance because all of the people that need my service also needs that person's, and all of that person's people also need mine at the same time. However, once you expand your prosperity consciousness, you'll see that there really doesn't need to be any competition in the world, and some of your best strategic alliances will be people that seem to do exactly the same thing that you do, which is really funny. Like for a while, I didn't think that I could promote Laura Langmeyer. She's in the hit movie The Secret. She's written multiple best-selling books. She's created the Millionaire Maker board game, and I just thought I can't recommend her because we do kind of the same thing. We work with women entrepreneurs. We both have kind of a real estate background. We both have like these ongoing coaching programs. And then I realized that her energy is very different than mine. So some people are going to be more drawn to her. Some people are going to be more drawn to me. And some people are going to want to have both. And so I started having her at my events, and we started cross-promoting. And that's exactly what happened. You know, we all got more business from it. So just because somebody seems to do exactly the same thing that you do doesn't mean that they can't still be an alliance for you. And the reason for that is because I think, this is kind of woo-woo, but I think that we have kind of these subconscious agreements with people that aren't necessarily evident right away, but I think that we have our particular teachers and our particular healers, and nobody can give us that teaching or healing or whatever it is we need the way those people can. For example, I've been to 8 different chiropractors, and there's this one that just is amazing. I get such great results with them, and they're all chiropractors. They all do the same thing, right? So why would this one be so amazing? It's just I think that he's just my healer, you know? Same thing with teachers. Some people come to my workshops. This is something I hear quite often is, where were you X many years ago? Or, oh my God, I've heard this before, but when you say it, now it makes sense, and I can go and do it. And oh, look, now I'm getting results, right? So clearly I'm their teacher. So with the strategic alliances, even if you seem to do the same thing, different people are going to be drawn to you versus your alliance. So it all works out is what I'm saying. Now, when you network for strategic alliances, you are maximizing your results because instead of looking for just one client, you're looking for possibly dozens or hundreds or thousands. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. It does
Great.
make sense.
The second key to supercharging your networking results is to prepare. And I'm shocked at how many people don't do this. They walk into a networking event completely unprepared, and they'll invest, you know, $50 or $100 in coming into an event, and they're not really ready to reap the benefits from the event. So let me give you an example of this. Sometimes people show up to a networking event and they have the opportunity to give a 30 to 60 second infomercial. And what that is when they stand up and they have 30 to 60 seconds to speak in front of the whole group or part of the group about their business and what they're looking for. And a lot of people just show up and just talk. You know, they don't really know what they're going to say until it's their turn. And the problem with that is you're not really maximizing the effectiveness of your time. So let's say that you bought a 30-second slot for a commercial at the Super Bowl, right? Those are very expensive commercial slots. You would put a lot of time and energy into preparing exactly what is going to go into that 30 seconds. And networking events are the same. I mean, you might not be paying millions of dollars, but you're usually paying something. And even if the event is free, which is unusual, you're still investing your time and your energy. So there is an investment being made for those 30 seconds. So make them count. So that's just one example of how people can prepare. I've prepared for your people a networking success toolkit, and I just went in today and updated it and made sure everything still applied and tweaked anything that needed to be tweaked. So what I recommend, because I have my 5-step system for how to prepare for a networking event in this toolkit, and I'm going to go through it quickly now, but I want to let you know that my packing checklist and the entire system are in the Networking Success Toolkit, and you can get that for free as my gift to the Woman Unleash Your Potential participant.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank
and
you so much.
the link for that is tinyurl.com. That's tinyurl.com/PJ, like pajamas, toolkit, TOOLKIT, no spaces. So tinyurl.com/PJ toolkit, no hyphens, no spaces. You can get my free Networking Success Toolkit there, and it's a 17-page toolkit of all of the systems I use to prepare for and follow up from networking events. And I'll go through some of these systems with you right here on the call, but you'll want to make sure that you have that because it'll make it a lot easier for you to have it in front of you. And this is the same toolkit that I pull out every single time I go to a networking event. These are the exact systems that I look at. So in terms of preparing, well, I'll give you the last key first. So we said the top 3 keys to supercharging your networking results. Number 1 is to network for strategic alliances, not clients. Number 2 is to prepare. And in a moment, I'm going to share with you my 5-step system for how to prepare. And then step 3, or key 3, is follow up. And I'll share with you my system for how to follow up as well. And the reason that follow-up is so important, you may have heard the saying, the fortune is in the follow-up. So let me share with you exactly what that looks like. According to my friend and marketing expert, Brenda Normand, 3% of the people in any given target market of your ideal clients are actively looking for what you're selling right now. And usually those are the ones that everybody goes after because it's the low-hanging fruit. They're ready. They're ready to buy this instant. 30% are just never going to be your clients. It's never going to be a fit. You're not their teacher or their healer. They're never going to buy from you, and that just is what it is. But that leaves 67% that might buy from you once they realize that they need your solution, or once they're aware of that your solution exists, or when it's the right time. If you follow up with them and stay in touch with them, that 67% could become clients down the road. And if you do the math on that, what that means is that if you follow up with those 67% effectively, then mathematically your sales will increase 2,230%. That's what the fortune is in the follow-up means. Now, if I'm like 90% wrong, that's still 223%. You're still more than doubling your income by following up effectively.
Wow. That's true.
Yeah. So I'll go into the system for how to prepare and how to follow up in a moment. And what I'd like to check in about right now is how to determine which networking events are a fit for you and which ones are a waste of your time and money. So there's a lot of groups out there, like I mentioned. So I'll mention some different types of groups. There's a one person per profession type of group. That means that if you're a massage therapist, you are the only massage therapist in that group. So BNI, Business Network International, that is a one person per profession group. Then there are open groups, which are not limited to one person per profession. One example would be your local Chamber of Commerce. They're open to everybody. There's women's groups like eWomen Network. However, I'll let you know, not all women's groups exclude men. For example, eWomen Network is open to men coming. In fact, they even call them emails. And if you're looking for visibility and the chance to stand out, being a man walking into a networking event that's almost all women, you'll get attention.
You found out.
So if I were a man, I would totally do that. Then you have service or charitable organizations like Rotary. one of my favorite places to network are seminars. Like I'm part of the Speakers and Authors Networking Group, which is a very high-level, invite-only networking group for speakers and authors. I love going to the Millionaire Mind Intensive because I meet so many wonderful, like-minded people. I've been 3 times now. The Rejuvenate training events, I've been to a ton of their events over the last 12 years or 6 years, and I meet the best people there. I've been to their introduction workshop like 6 times. So I love meeting people at seminars because we're there to learn something. If we're there to learn about relationships, then I know, okay, we're all interested in this. If we're there to learn to build our business, we're all really interested in that. So just because they're there with me, it means that on some level, we are like-minded people. And so there's some spark to start the relationship, and I like that. There's also trade groups, like if you're a realtor, you can go to the National Association of Realtors. Or if you're a mortgage broker, you can go to the Association of Mortgage Brokers. So there's different associations related with different trades that you can check out. There's also users conferences for various different products and software companies. So one of my very favorite networking events is called InfusionCon. And it's once a year in Arizona, and it's for people who use Infusionsoft. Infusionsoft is it's an email marketing software. It's the system that I use. Once you get to about $100,000 in revenue in your business and at least 500 people on your list, then it makes sense to look at Infusionsoft. But before that, there are other systems that make more sense because Infusionsoft is $300 a month and up. So it's really an inappropriately large investment if your business hasn't grown to the point to support it. But here's the thing. InfusionCon is not limited only to people that have Infusionsoft. It's open to anybody that buys a ticket. So you can go and network with people that are spending $300 a month and up on their email management system. These are very successful people to be doing that, right? And they're also in the space where they want to learn and meet people. So they're very open-minded and accessible, where at other networking events, they might not be able to stop and talk to you. So I love Infusionsoft, I love Infusionsoft, and I love InfusionCon. So that's my my little ninja networking tip for you there. And then finally, there's online events. And Twitter, I perceive as one giant big online networking event, especially if you go on Twitter on Fridays. Friday is called Follow Friday. And what that means is on Friday, people recommend other people that they think you should follow. So, for example, I might say, I recommend you follow Tim Ferriss because he has such outrageous ideas on how to design your own lifestyle, for example. And so it's kind of a big party on Friday, and so that's why I think that's a good time to get on and network. So those are a bunch of different types of networking events. And I think that if you can belong to 2 or 3, there's a good synergy and there's a good crossover. So let's say you belong to B&I and a women's group. Well, you might meet people at your women's group that you can refer to people in your B&I chapter and vice versa. So there's this wonderful synergy and cross-pollination that happens. However, I find that if you belong to more than 3, it starts getting overwhelming and it's hard to follow up and build those deep relationships effectively.
Yeah. Just before you continue, ladies, if you've got any questions for PJ, just put it on the chat box and I'll read it out to her. So while she's going on, if you've got any questions, just put it on the chat box and I'll read it out. Thank you. PJ, you can carry on.
Is that on Facebook? Because I have your Facebook page pulled up.
Not on Facebook. It's on the Telesummit Teleseminar.
Oh, cool. Okay. Well, yeah, if there's any questions, feel free to ask. I'm going to be covering a lot more from here. So how do you decide which of these groups are appropriate for you? One thing that you can look at is how much are people paying to participate in the group. And this may sound funny, but the more people pay, typically the higher the quality of the networking event. So if you go to a Chamber of Commerce event and it's free or $10, it's not going to be the same level of people as if you go to an eWomen Network event and it's like $50 or $65 for a lunch or dinner event. So I found if people pay more, they're more likely to show up and be serious. The main thing to ask is also, what is the likelihood that your potential clients or your potential strategic alliances will be there? If you sell forklifts and you go to BNI, the most common professions there are insurance people, chiropractors, massage therapists, mortgage brokers, realtors. They might not have people that are good strategic alliances for you as somebody that sells forklifts, right? So you got to think about, like, where would my people be likely to hang out? And for me, a lot of my potential strategic alliances are at InfusionCon, because working with other speakers to cross-promote our various products and programs makes sense. So that's a really good place for me. So you can think about, of those groups that I suggested, which ones would be the best fit for you. So I promised that I would share my 5 steps to prepare for a networking event, because this will help the event go much better for you, and it'll help you maximize your results. So I'll give you a bonus step first. This isn't one of the 5, but it's something that I find to be helpful, and that is to set your intention before you go to the event. So think about, what is it that I want to get out of this networking event? Do you want to make 3 good connections? Do you want to find a resource for something? Do you want to connect with somebody that you already know? What is it that you want to get out of going there? Okay, so once you've set your intention, step 1 in my 5-step follow-up system, and this is the follow-up system that I pull up every time I go to a networking event, just to remind myself. Step 1 is schedule time to follow up after the event before it even begins. I know this is radical, but where people slip up is they go to a networking event and then they jump right back into their regular life thinking, oh yeah, I should follow up, I'll get to that. But there's no time, and so it gets pushed back a day, pushed back a day, pushed back a day. Finally, more than a week, they're like, now I feel weird following up. And then eventually it just never happens. But if you schedule time to follow up after the event, before the event even starts, then you know, okay, I'm going to go to this event, and then I'm going to come home, and I'm going to have those next 2 hours are going to be my follow-up. Or the next morning from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. is going to be my follow-up. And then it gets done because you've created the space for it. Does that make sense?
It does. Yes, it does make sense.
Cool. The next one, this is so basic, but people don't do it, is to look at your packing checklist to make sure that you have everything that you need. So many people show up at networking events without business cards. It's crazy. Like, oh, I forgot my business cards. Like, how could you forget that? That's like the one thing you definitely need to have, because everybody's going to ask you for it, right? So some things that you might pack, and again, my packing checklist is in the Networking Success Toolkit, so you can take that and use it or adapt it for yourself, and you can get the toolkit at tinyurl.com/PJ Toolkit. No spaces, no hyphens, and you can get my Networking Success Toolkit for free as my gift to you, and it has this packing checklist in it. So I'm just going to go through a few of the things really quickly. Your business cards, sign-up sheets for a gift or your newsletter, a clipboard to put the sign-up sheet on, stay connected forms, I'll talk about those in a minute, flyers, media kits if you have those, promo pieces, gifts for the group, a gift and thank you card for the host, a raffle or drawing prize if they have that. If you have a vendor table, you need to set that up and bring your sign and your display, and if you have books, you need to bring your books. If you're going to be speaking at the event, you might need to bring your easel and flip chart and pens and something to put your pens in and a music stand to hold your script. So do you see how if you don't have a checklist, it's very easy to forget something, and then you get there and feel like a nerd. So the Stay Connected form, what that is it's a one-page sheet that says Stay Connected with PJ at the top, And you can see an example of this in the Networking Success Toolkit, and you can adapt it for yourself. But it says stay connected with PJ, first name, last name, email. It has different things they can fill out, and then it has some boxes that they can check. And they can check if they want to get on my email newsletter. They can check if they have a speaking gig for me. They can check if they want to be an affiliate. They can check various different free gifts that I offer. And so each checkbox that they check off, then I can send them the things they ask for and follow up with people according to what they're interested in. So that's kind of like a physical opt-in form, if you think about it, because I don't have my computer right there for people to opt in to my email list right there, but I can give them this physical opt-in form, and then when I get back, I can either enter that information myself or have my assistant enter that information, and everybody gets followed up with automatically. So that's what the Stay Connected form is, and there's an example in the Networking Success Toolkit. So step 1, schedule time to follow up. Step 2, refer to your packing checklist so you make sure you have everything. Step 3, practice your response to the question, what do you do? Every time somebody asks you, what do you do, that is an opportunity to market your business for free. It's also the opportunity to have them go and looking through all the people that they know to see if they have somebody to refer to you. So it's actually a very powerful opportunity, and one that a lot of people don't take advantage of, because that's one of the most common questions at a networking event, right, is, well, what do you do? And when people don't know how to answer that clearly, it's kind of like buying that Super Bowl commercial and then not really putting anything in it. It's like, wah, wah. Just kind of falls flat. So if you say, there's a few mistakes. Number 1 is to just say, I am a blank. So what most people do is they say, I am a real estate agent, or I am a chiropractor, I am a life coach, I am a public speaker. And the problem with just saying your title is that they've probably heard of somebody else that does that. And so whatever experience they've had with a real estate agent or a public speaker or a life coach, whatever experience they've had in the past, they are now going to project that experience on you and think that they know what you do.
That's
right?
True. That's true.
And it's probably not true. You probably have your own unique way of doing things. And the other mistake that people make is when they say, what do you do? They start describing their process of how they work with people. Like, let's say they're an energy worker, and they go, well, I look at your meridians, and I see where your chakras are out of balance. And then I call in my angels, and it's like, what? You know, and they're just like,
funny, PJ.
they're just waiting to get away. And that's not to diss on energy workers, because I mean, I think I invested over $9,000 with my last energy healer. So I definitely see the value in what they do. They just need to learn how to communicate it more effectively. And in the Networking Success Toolkit, there are templates for how to communicate what do you do effectively. And I'll give you one of my favorites right now, and that is I work with blank who are having the challenge of blank. And then what you need to do is think about who's the specific group of people that you work with, and what is the specific problem that you help them solve. And then you insert those two things into that template. So I work with specific group who are having the challenge of specific problem. So for example, I could say, I work with speakers, coaches, and consultants, that's the group, who are having the challenge of feeling frustrated with their marketing and like they're not getting the results they want. Okay? So that's a clear group and it's a clear problem. So you know whether you know somebody that I could help or not, right? So what that allows them to do is it allows them to see if they need your services, and it allows them to see if they know anybody else that needs your services. And faces start coming to their minds when you name that specific group. For example, one of my Platinum Mastermind clients, once I coached him on this, he changed his "What do you do" statement to I work with people that have cerebral palsy to get functioning back in their limbs without pain or surgery or anything like that. And all of a sudden, that was much more of a draw to people because they're like, oh, I know somebody that has cerebral palsy, and now they knew who to refer to him. Whereas he used to say, I'm a quantum touch practitioner, and nobody had any idea what that was. Or if they did, they already thought they knew all about it and would just kind of dismiss him. So there's a lot of power in having a well-crafted what do you do statement. So that's the third step, is to practice your response to the question, what do you do? If you have a really good what do you do statement, the next question will be, how do you do that? So if I said, well, I work with speakers, coaches, and consultants who love what they do but get frustrated with the marketing part, then some people say, well, how do you do that? And then you need to practice your response to how do you do that, right? So my favorite response, and this is in the toolkit as well, so you can go in and memorize it or adapt it, is there's lots of different ways I work with people. How I work with any specific person will depend on exactly what it is they need and want. Why? Do you have somebody in mind? And they might say, me, or they might say, my sister, right? But if they ask you, how do you do that, it means they're interested, that they have a potential referral for you. And instead of launching into describing your whole process, that little script is more effective because, again, you don't want to try to sell them right there at the networking event unless maybe your product is just a very small thing and they're excited about buying it, right? But really, you want to take them away to where you can have a quiet conversation outside of the networking event sometime after, and you can really see what is it that they need, and would working with you be a good fit, and like that. And that's going to increase your sales conversion. And then you'll be really clear on if you can help them or not. So the fourth step to preparing for the networking event is to practice your response to the question, how do you do that? Because you might be tempted to talk all about your process. You might be tempted to talk about all your different price points. And often, the more of that you do, the less sales you'll get, unfortunately. And then the fifth step to preparing for the networking event is to practice your infomercial if you have the opportunity to give one. So if you know you're not going to give an infomercial for sure, then you don't need to do this step. But if you know that you're going to have 30 seconds or 45 seconds or 60 seconds to present your infomercial to the group, then you really, like I said, you want to make that time count. And in the Networking Success Toolkit, I have a system for how to craft a compelling infomercial. We don't really have time to go into it in this call because I want to make sure that we get through everything that I promised that we would get through. But if you pull up the Networking Success Toolkit, it'll take you step by step through how to craft your infomercial. So typically you want to start with a hook. Most people start with, my name is blah, 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 and I'm a blah, blah, blah. So a typical infomercial will be like, my name is PJ Van Hall, and I'm a realtor, and my website is pjisawesome.com. And the thing is, when everybody sounds like that, people just immediately tune out. Whereas if you hook them first, now you have their attention. So I might say, hey, raise your hand if you want to make more money this year. Raise your hand and say, oh, yeah. And everybody raises their hand and says, oh, yeah. And now they're with me. They're paying attention. Or I might say, hey, go like this, cha-ching. Or did you know that more millionaires were made during the Great Depression than any other time period? Like a question or a physical motion or something to hook their attention and not sound like everybody else. And then I say my name at the very end, if I say it at all, because really they don't care about my name.
Yeah, they already care. Yeah, you already won them. Yeah.
Yeah.
They want to
so
know
I
more
feel
about this person.
Yeah, so I feel like saying my name and my website and my company name is just wasting that commercial airtime. If they're curious, they can come find all that out. But if I'm going to share it, I share it towards the end of the infomercial because by that point they know if they're interested in learning my name or not. Whereas in the beginning I just sound like everybody else and they can tune it out. So that's just like a little bit of that infomercial system, but I encourage you to get the toolkit so that you can go through every step because it's very powerful. So just to review, the 5 steps to prepare for a networking event are schedule time to follow up after the event, refer to your packing checklist, practice your response to the question, what do you do? Practice your response to the question, how do you do that? And practice your infomercial if you have the opportunity to give one. Here's a hot tip for preparing your infomercial. If you have 60 seconds, that equates to about 12 sentences. And not 12 run-on sentences, but 12, normal sentences. And so you can kind of map that out. Say, okay, how many sentences is this? Okay, I should be able to say that in about 60 seconds, which means if you only have 30 seconds, that's only 6 sentences. And so sometimes knowing how many sentences you can fit in is easier than knowing about how much time you have. It kind of gives you, okay, 6 sentences, here we go. And then in the Networking Success Toolkit, there's your little cheat sheet for during the event, which has the response to how do you do that, the place to put what do you do, and the place to write your 6 to 12 sentences for your infomercial. And so you can have that with you during the networking event in case you forget and you need to refer to it. And I would say it is better to read a well-crafted infomercial than to wing it and have it not be a well-crafted infomercial. All right? So what do you do during the networking event now that you've prepared for it? You want to come from an energy of connection and service. And also, I recommend that you don't give your business card unless they ask for it. It's just kind of a positioning thing. I don't ever offer my business card, but if somebody asks for it, then I give it to them. Because it's just kind of, it feels pushy. Be like, here's my card. It's like, well, did I say I wanted your card? And now I have to go recycle it or input it if I like to. But most of the time, people that just give me their card when we have zero relationship at all, I don't know. They tend to not be the kind of people that I want to follow up with, because what I found is the conversation usually goes something like, hey, I'm here for me. I don't really care about you. Buy my stuff. Right? So I will, if somebody asks for my card, then I'll usually ask for theirs in return. But I don't just throw it at people. Does that make sense? And then I also write notes on the backs of people's cards about like how I can help them, what I can follow up with them about, what we talked about, so I know how to follow up with them appropriately. Which leads me to my step-by-step system for following up after a networking event. In the toolkit, in the Networking Success Toolkit, I have the whole detailed system of every little step. I actually don't use this exact system anymore because I've started using Infusionsoft since I created this system. And so in Infusionsoft, what I do now is I have my Stay Connected form. People fill that out, and then I have an online version of the Stay Connected form. And if you want to see it, you can go to realprosperityinc.com/stayconnected.html, and you can see that version. And it's basically all the same information. And so either I input their information from the paper form into the online form, or I have my assistant do it. And then depending on what checkboxes they checked off on the form, I check those off on the online version. And each of those checkboxes triggers different actions in Infusionsoft. I don't know of any other software that lets you do that. So if you're not at the point in your business where you have Infusionsoft, then use the system in the toolkit, and that's the system I'm going to go through with you now. This is the system that I used before I had Infusionsoft. So you have to do more things manually. Okay? So the first thing that you do is organize your contacts. And I would typically organize them by somebody that had an address on their card, somebody that didn't have an address on their card, and custom. So like somebody that I knew I for sure wanted to follow up with in person. And the reason that I organized them into address, no address, is because I like to send a follow-up card. So I needed to know if I had the address or not. So step 2 then is to enter the contacts in my system to send cards. A long, long time ago, I would do just handwritten cards. Now what I do is I use a system called Send Out Cards, and the link to that is in the Networking Success Toolkit. And what it does is it allows you to choose a card online and type in your message, and then what it'll do for you is it will print out your card, put it in an envelope, seal it, stamp it, address it, and send it in the actual mail for you, and it costs less than doing it on your own. So I think a typical card is like 60-something cents plus whatever, the current postage is. And you can even upload your own handwriting as a font. So I usually have things be in my handwriting with my signature, and, they can see that it's from Send-Out Cards, but it's still cool because it's in my handwriting. So I would enter the contacts into Send-Out Cards and then send the Nice to Meet You card. And my Nice to Meet You card has a little paper airplane on the front, and it says, just sending you a little note, ... And on the inside, it says ... to say it was nice to meet you. And that's already a card in Send-Out Cards. And then I would add in my handwriting font, hi, so-and-so, it was really great meeting you at this networking event. I'd like to get to know you better. Here's my number and my email, and let me know how I can support you with your business. The exact wording is in the toolkit. And then I would send the Nice to Meet You card. So you can decide whether you want that in your system or not. But I think very few people send a real card in the mail, and so it helps you stand out. And then the third step is you want to enter your contacts in your email system and send a Nice to Meet You email. And ideally within 24 hours of the networking event, send them an email that says, hey, so-and-so, it was great to meet you. Let's stay connected. Let me know how I can support you. And so an example that you can model is, again, in the Networking Success Toolkit, you'll see the email that I send out to people, and it says, it was great meeting you. Here's the social networks that I'm on, and all that stuff. And so they can connect with me on Facebook or whatever. So they get a follow-up card and a follow-up email. And then step 4 is I see if they're on Facebook, Twitter, or LinkedIn, because those are good ways to stay connected and build relationship with them, especially Facebook. I'm personally on Facebook every day. I know some people have other people manage their accounts, but for me, it's like this is about building personal relationships, and so I want people to be able to build a relationship with me, not with somebody that I hired in the Philippines to pretend to be me, right?
Yeah.
So step 4 is I'll look for them on Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn, and I'll send a friend request. I'll start following them, or I'll invite them to connect, and then I'll send them a little message that says on Facebook, it says, hey, it was great to meet you. Let's be Facebook friends. And then finally, step 5, for the really strong leads and referral partners, people that I feel really excited about, like we could definitely create a great cross-promotional relationship, I'll actually call them. And if I can, I'll schedule a one-on-one meeting outside of the networking event where we can explore how we can send more business to each other. And the most graceful way to do this is to say, it was really great meeting you. I would like to get together and explore ways that I can refer more business to you. And who would not want to meet with you about that? And if you're giving to a giver, then they'll want to reciprocate and see if they can send more business your way as well. So always lead by giving is my principle there. So that's the overview of my follow-up system, but you can actually see all the little tiny steps in the Networking Success Toolkit. If you're just joining the call late and you don't know what this toolkit is that I keep talking about, it is the systems, templates, and checklists that I've developed over 8 years of networking. And you can get it at tinyurl.com/PJ Toolkit, PJTOOLKIT, without any spaces or hyphens. So that's where you can pick it up. You'll love it. I use it all the time for my own networking, and you can use it right away too. So I think that we covered everything that I promised we were going to cover, right?
Yes, we have. And I just want to say to the ladies, if you've got any questions for PJ, you can just put in the chat box, and I'll be able to read it out to her. So far, no questions. Let's see if anyone is going to comment now.
Okay, great.
Oh, we've got 9 minutes. PJ, I think you just carry on. If there's any question, I will interrupt you. But just carry on with the 9 minutes that we've got.
Okay. Well, I actually, that's pretty much everything I wanted to make sure that we covered. Do you have any questions about anything that we talked about or anything that you wish I'd talked about?
Actually, no. I think you've covered everything and even said more. I kind of like the toolkit, you know, what you put, the package that you put together, the toolkit. That's fantastic. And
cool.
You know, I want to just say thank you for that. Yeah.
Well, here, I'll give you some bonus material from the toolkit. There's also a list of networking do's and don'ts. So I'll share a few of those with you in the time that we have left. If there are any questions in the chat room, just feel free to interrupt me and let me know. So here are a few networking do's just to take away. Do show up to connect and be of service. Come prepared, as we talked about. I recommend arriving a few minutes early so that you have a chance to be present, you know, go to the bathroom, do whatever you need to do, and like really be there for the networking event to start. Dress appropriately. I recommend dressing a little nicer than you expect the rest of the group to be. Smell good. Like this is something that you think would be obvious, but not everybody does. Like wear deodorant, take a shower, use breath mints so that your body and your breath smell nice. It's really weird when I meet somebody at a networking event that just like smells really weird. Do follow up. Do ask for referrals. When you ask for referrals, be very specific. And the best referrals to ask for are ways that people can help you. Like, for example, say, I'm looking for a great web developer, or I'm looking for somebody that can do a bathroom remodel. Because if somebody knows somebody like that, they're going to be like, yeah, here you go. I've used this to buy cars. I've used this to find people to become my personal assistants. And so those referrals tend to go very well. Another thing that goes well is you can say, I would like an introduction to a potential strategic alliance. It's very graceful. So if you just say, please send me clients, a lot of times you're not going to get very good results. But if you ask for a resource that you're looking for or an introduction, those tend to go better. I would also say do track your results. Look at how much time and money that you're putting into your networking events and look at what has come out of them down the road. It's a little bit tricky because sometimes you can't immediately see the results, but over time you can. And then also, here's a hot tip. Do have a lead generator on the back of your business card. And what I mean by that is instead of just having the back of your business card be blank or, say, Vistaprint, put something on there where people can get a free goodie from you in exchange for joining your list. So, for example, when you go and get the Networking Success Toolkit, you'll also get my email newsletter, Prosperity Express, and we'll further our relationship from here. You'll learn what I'm up to. You'll get other useful tips and articles, and down the road, you may invest in one of my programs and you may not. But now I can communicate with you instead of just meeting you at the event and then off you go, and who knows if we'll ever see each other again. So on the back of your business card, you can say, here's a free gift for you, and you put the phone number or the URL online to go and get the free gift. So for example, on the back of my business card, it says, get your free report, the top 5 keys to financial success, top5keys2success.com. And so that lets them know, oh, cool, I can get this free report. And it has the website right there for them to go to. Yeah. And so now people want to hold on to that business card because it's not just a business card, it's also this free gift that has valuable information. So that's how you turn your business card into a
Louise, is that okay for you?
And then here's a few don'ts for you. Okay, so here's some networking don'ts. Don't try to be all things to all people. When you talk about what you do, really name that specific group and specific problem. Because what you'll find is by being more specific, you'll actually get more referrals and more business than if you say, I work with everybody that has skin. It's way too general and nobody knows who to refer you. Whereas if you say, I work with new moms, or I work with people who are getting married in the next 12 months, or single women in their 30s, like now people can know if they have somebody to refer to you or not. don't use words like everybody, anybody, everyone, anyone, somebody, small business, or full service. And the reason I recommend not using those is because nobody knows what you mean. If you say everyone, anyone, anybody, no specific faces come to mind. So if you say anybody with feet, then they don't know who to refer to you. If you say small business, everybody has a different idea of what that means. I believe the legal definition is under 500 employees. But some people think that means, a solo work-from-home entrepreneur. Some people think it means 50 to 100 employees. So instead of saying small business, name what you mean. Like I do computer networks for people that have 10 to 20 employees. Then it's very clear. And then finally, full service. Unless people know a lot about your business, they don't know what a full-service auto broker or realtor or, marketing coach. They don't know what a full-service. They don't know what that means. So you know what full service means. You're like, oh, well, we handle all the steps versus just whatever it means to you. They don't know, so don't say it. Again, don't try to sell the person you're talking to directly, and I recommend not giving somebody your business card unless they ask for it. So those are some networking do's and don'ts. Just to review, we said that we were going to talk about what were we talking about? We said we were going to talk about the top 3 keys to supercharging your networking results. We did that. Talked about how to determine which networking events are a fit, the 5 steps to preparing, the step-by-step system for following up, and I said that I would share how to get free access to my Networking Success Toolkit, which I did, and the URL for that, again, is tinyurl.com/TJ Toolkit. No hyphens, no spaces. So I think that covered it. Yeah? Is there anything else?
Fantastic. No, you've done so well. Thank you so much. Wonderful tips. I like the part of your business card and what you've got behind.
Yeah.
So it's a business card and it's lovely.
That's a good tip,
really
huh?
Good.
Well, thanks so much for having me. This is a wonderful event. I love the people that you've attracted to you, and I'm so happy that we got to play together again.
Hello, ladies. I'm so excited to be back here again with you today. And I want to first appreciate all of you ladies who are helping to promote this summit, sharing it out on Facebook, tweeting it, telling your friends. Thank you so much. And also sending me lovely emails to support me. I want to say thank you. My name is Placida Acheru, and I'm the founder of Coaching for Excellence. I'm the host for this summit, the Women Unleash Your Potential Summit. And we have brought together 25 women who are impacting their world, who are doing great things, changing lives, transforming businesses. And they are here to share with you how to unleash your potential and step into abundance. Now, this event was created because there are a lot of women, and maybe you're one of them, to empower you, to motivate you, encourage you, educate you, enlighten you. And if you do need the extra kick on your backside, you get some of it here too. I say to you, woman, it is time for you to unleash your potential. Now, I must ask you, during this call, because the speakers give out loads of information to empower you, you need to find a quiet space. You need to be comfortable so that you can get in everything, turn off every distraction, and focus on the call. Get a notepad, which I'm sure you have. A lady wrote me, and she said, I took down 4 pages of notes from one of the speakers. And I was like, wow, that's some content. She must have been really listening. So take out your notepad and pen and take as much notes as possible. The previous calls have been fantastic. We've had calls on, moving from pain, to power. We had calls from Alicia Dunham yesterday who talked about how to boost your business with a book, and she gave us reasons why we must have books. as, business owners. And then we had Louis, who said we need to find a future that fits with us. We're on this earth to serve, and we must find our passion. And we had other speakers. We had Kate Bidel, who said how to charge what you are worth. So if you're not charging what you're worth, that's a call to listen to how to charge what you're worth. And we had Debbie Lachuza, who told us about money, success, and the pursuit of happiness, and how to stop chasing after these three things so that we can have happier, healthier, and wealthier lives. And we had Amethyst Wildfire, and she said we should get out and try to learn to speak, get on the stage and speak and serve successfully. So she, gave us so much. So if you missed all these calls, you can find them on the detailed stage, and, you can have them and listen to them at your own time whenever you want. Today, we've got a lady, and she is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful lady. Very busy, and I'm so glad she's here. And she is going to be talking to us how to put our businesses on autopilot and watch our profits skyrocket. We've heard people say, the money is in this and this and that. So we're going to hear from her exactly how to do it, but she's the expert. She knows how to do that. Her name is Katrina Sauer, and she's known as the Jumpstart Your Business Coach because she literally kicks her clients. Oh, I love that word. She literally kicks her clients and their businesses into a high gear. Katrina is the creator of Jumpstart Your Marketing System and the author of Love Yourself Successful. She works with motivated entrepreneurs who want to start, grow, and market their business the right way from the start. And truly, the foundation is not set right. You find out that the building will collapse. So she will help you set the foundation right, and she's right here on the call. Katrina, hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
I'm ready to rock and roll.
Welcome to this call.
Yeah. I am. Thank you for having me. This is a fun summit. I love it when people can get so much great content in one place. So thanks for pulling this all together.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm just going to let you, I think it's good for you to start by introducing yourself. Let people know where you've come from. How did you become this lady who is, helping people jumpstart their businesses? So if you could just share with us, a bit about yourself before you go into your topic.
Sure. I started out just like a lot of you with leaving my job in corporate it was more of a sales and marketing position, and just not even knowing what I was doing. I mean, I had sought after a business coach, luckily, before I left my job, so I kind of had a direction. And I was already doing lots of networking in my job, so I just went to those networking organizations and said, this is what I'm doing now, which was great. But I just up and left my job one day and said, I'm going to start my own business, and I really never looked back since then. And I know a lot of people have one foot in the job and one foot in their business, and it's tough. It's tough to do both. I know that, but you can't, especially in this economy, I know it's not feasible to just leave your job anymore as it used to be, because it used to be easier to make money. There's still ways to get up and running faster, but so I really just built my business mostly in a local area. I'm in Northern California, and I didn't really know a lot about the internet and online marketing and stuff then. I had a website, but I didn't really do business outside of my local area at the time when I first started. So all I did was networking events and follow-up. That's it. And so that's I'm talking a little bit about today is my follow-up system, in addition to a couple other systems and automation things, because it allowed me, doing it back then, allowed me to reach more people faster, having systems and things in automated ways and technology, utilizing technology. There's so many ways to utilize technology these days to help you reach more people faster, keep in touch with them more often on a regular basis, consistently, with valuable messages, and then funneling them into a sales process online and offline that can really help you build your business faster. So that's really what I'm all about. I look at everything in someone's business from the big picture all the way down to the nitty-gritty detail, because you have to make sure everything in your business flows together. You don't just want to learn about this piece over here and learn about that piece over here and learn about this piece over here, because none of it's going to flow together. So flowing it all together is so critical, and so having that complete system and specific things that hook them all together so you don't have as much manual labor is really what I'm all about, and how I built my business and how I came to do this for other clients is because I did it for myself and I figured it out, and I learned from other people as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, we're glad we have you here so you can, tell us how you did it. Give us the tips on how to do it, because a lot of business owners are actually struggling and they don't know how to automate their businesses. So it's good we've got the best of the best.
Right. Awesome. Well, do you want me to just get started, or do you have questions, or how do you want to work this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I can talk for hours on this subject, so I'm just going to have to tell you
as
much as I can possibly tell you. Yeah, please. Please interrupt and interject, because this is something I teach over the course of my 3-day live event, okay? So I teach all of this stuff in depthly, which, at the end of the call, I'll tell you how to get a free ticket to the live event. So, but yeah. Okay, so I talk a lot about automating your business, right? So the things we have to look at, though, sometimes aren't just your business. There's automating your business setup. There's automating in lead generation and client management systems. There's automation that can be done in your marketing and your follow-up. And then there's automation that can be done in your personal life. Okay, so I talk about those 4 areas a lot. So I'll give you some ideas of things you can do in each one, and then we'll go, and then I'm sure we'll run out of time. but that's kind of the goal. So business setup, lead generation, client systems, and then marketing and follow-up, and then in your life. Okay? All right. So first of all, if you're still doing everything yourself in your business and you want to make 6-figure income, you need to stop. Stop it. Okay? And let me back up just one little second and have a little disclaimer. Is I'm a very blunt person, and I tell it like it is, and I tell it from experience. I don't just rattle off random thoughts. I know from experience of working with thousands of women, entrepreneurs, and men, and also learning from some of the most highly profitable entrepreneurs on the internet today. Okay, so a lot of them are my mentors, and so I'm just really blunt in what you should not do, where you should not be spending your time, what you want to spend your time on, how you want to prioritize. So you've got to just get over the fact that you need to be in charge of everything. So if you're a control freak, you need to figure out how to stop it. If you are doing it all yourself, we need to figure out how to get you some help. Okay, and I know it costs money to hire people, but you have to do a little bit at a time, because you will see results once you start delegating and automating things and stop trying to do it all yourself. Then there's also things you probably should stop doing altogether. Okay, so just really evaluate where you're spending your time and your money, and how you're prioritizing your day, because if you need to make more money and get more clients, you need to spend time on 2 things. That's it. Sales and marketing. Sales and marketing, sales and marketing, sales and marketing. Okay? And that involves lead generation, client management, sales, follow-up, marketing. Okay? So you can't spend time doing an ebook. You can't spend time creating a program. You can't spend time fiddling with your website and figuring out how to do a blog post. You can't do those things. That's not going to bring you money. Okay? So we want to bring you more money and bring you more clients. So you've got to focus on sales and marketing. So I'm going to talk about a lot of different things, not just sales and marketing today, activities, but keep in mind that a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about can be delegated to somebody else, and it doesn't have to cost a lot of money, okay, to get things inputted, because, when I first started my email newsletter back on, 9 years ago, I used Constant Contact, which many of you are probably familiar with, and it literally took me, I remember this, it literally took me 14 hours to set up my template, okay, because I did it myself. When if you hire an assistant who knows Constant Contact, they could probably do it for you in 30 to 60 minutes. Okay, so for like $20 to $50, somebody else can do that for you. Okay, so I know, I mean, I was pretty technical too, techie savvy, online like that, on stuff like that. So just keep that thought in mind. Those are some of the biggest mistakes I see, is doing it all yourself and not delegating, and it doesn't have to cost a lot of money. Okay. So let's dive into automating your business setup. There's a couple things. The main things I talk about is having an effective website. Okay. The other thing is, how are you going to collect money? Do you need a shopping cart system? Okay. So we're going to talk about your website, your shopping cart, and then the other thing that I might not talk a lot about is organization within your office. Okay, so if you're in the home office, or even if you have your own office, you must have organization, or most of us are in chaos if we don't have organization, and you won't be productive. So make sure you hire an organizer if you're not going to do it yourself. Okay, so if it's gone 2 weeks and you keep having to move the organize my office task on your to-do list from today to tomorrow to the next day, then go hire an organizer to help you do it, to get it done, okay? So that's just what I want to say about that, because that can really slow a lot of people down. So the website, number one, never do that yourself, okay? Your website is your most important marketing tool. Your most important marketing tool besides your database of clients, contacts, and people, and everybody that you know, okay? So your website is your most important marketing tool. Do not do it yourself. I have web designer clients that is their business, and I still don't let them do their own site. The reason being is they'll spend way too much time on it, because that's what they do for a living, right? And they'll nitpick it to death before it even goes live. Okay, so you have to let that go. And there are very affordable ways to get a website up, and I guarantee you will have more than one website in your business's life. I'm working on a 5th website right now in 10 years. Okay, so I have my 4th website up right now, which is at jumpstartyourmarketing.com. That's my 4th site. Okay, so know that you will always be investing money and time into your website and your web presence, because the internet will always change, Google will always change, everything about that will always change, and you'll always have to update it. Did you have any comment on that?
That's totally true. What you're saying is true. Building your website takes a lot of time. So, and because you've got to do other things, you're unable to basically fit everything together. So I agree with you totally.
So the thing with your website, to automate it, first of all, if you go to a web designer and they say, well, we can get you a starter website up with 5 pages. I have not had any clients that need only 5 pages. The way the web is working these days, and the way you want to automate your pages and automate the process you're going to take people through on your website, you're probably going to need a minimum of 15 to 25 pages on your website, minimum, okay? So don't get sold something that's cheaper that doesn't give you at least that. You just don't know what you don't know yet about what you need on your website, okay? So you want to talk to someone like me, or a strategist, a marketing strategist, before you go to the web designer, okay? So for example, when you go to a services page on your website, okay, we need to see like a brief outline of all your services on that main page. Then each one needs to open up into its own sales page. And this is for most people, okay? You know, most coaches or consultants or authors or speakers or, you know, most entrepreneurs, if you have like 2 or 3 different services, you don't want to list them all on the services page. You want them each to have their own sales page. So if you have 3 services, your main services page is 1 page, then you're going to have 3 pages off of that, okay? And then each service page, if you have a shopping cart on your website and they can click and buy that service or that product, and they can click right there and buy it, whether they go to PayPal or a shopping cart, then you need to redirect them to a thank you page, right? So immediately they need to be taken to a thank you page once they buy online. And so there's 3 more pages that you need. So right there, if you have 3 products or services, you already have 7 pages, and we haven't even talked about the home, the about, the contact, the whatever else you need, okay? So just know that that's the process, is main services page, sales page, thank you page. Okay, so the thank you page is designed to deliver whatever it is they bought or give them instructions on what they need to do or wait for or go look for in their email in order to take advantage of the service or product. And then the thank you page is also, this is part of the automation, you need to write on that thank you page their next step. So you need to basically sell them the next thing or take them to the next step in your process, in your sales process. Okay, so for example, when you, at the end of the call, I'm going to offer you a really super duper offer, and when you take advantage of it, you get taken to a thank you page, and it's going to give you all the downloads immediately, all the access to the live event, and all this other stuff you're going to get, and it gives you instructions on how to take advantage of it all on that thank you page. And then you're also going to get an email autoresponder, okay, when someone purchases. So the autoresponder series are crucial to automating your sales and marketing, okay, crucial to have an autoresponder option. Okay, now, so if number 1 system is a shopping cart, you don't need any other system besides your website than a shopping cart if you go with a shopping cart, see? If you go with PayPal, then you're going to need something like Aweber, which is a software that allows you to send email newsletters and autoresponders, unlimited number of autoresponders. So that way, each one of those 3 sales products that you're selling, products or services that I was talking about, each one of those can have its own autoresponder, auto email series. Okay, but if you go through MailChimp or Constant Contact or a lot of the other email marketing programs, and you only have the email marketing program like that, and you only have PayPal, then they don't have all the capabilities to do that many autoresponders, okay, for the most part. There aren't a lot out there that do. So that's why I don't recommend that for a long-term solution, because you have to manually then go in and manually send people updates to upsell them or take them to the next step or give them a call or send them an email. You know what I mean? You don't want to have to manually do all that, because I guarantee you won't do it, right? So then you won't make those upsells. You won't get them to the next step. If you don't have, you'll be more likely to get the upsell and get them to the next step if you have auto emails in place, autoresponders, and you have a series of them that are very strategically written to get people to take the action you need to take. Okay? Does that make sense? I hope I wasn't all over the place with
that. Makes sense. Yeah. No, makes sense. Makes sense. You're doing well.
Yeah. So I have, there's a few different shopping carts that I recommend. There's all the other resources I was just talking about. I have a Rolodex, and I'm happy to give it to anybody who wants to send me an email, or anybody who signs up for the free gifts. You're welcome to just send me an email. You'll get an email in your inbox. You can email me back, right? So I don't have to give that out. But, you know, when you sign up, you'll get the email. Email me back saying Resource Rolodex, and I'd be happy to send that off to you so you have all those things that you need to get this kind of stuff set up. In addition to, on the website, you've got to have an opt-in box. I mean, I'd say 6 times or 7 times out of 10 now when I talk to people, out of 10 people, 6 or 7 of them still don't know what an opt-in box is. Okay? So if you're on this call, an opt-in box is the thing that you entered your name and email into when you signed up for this teleseries, right? It's the thing that you're going to sign up on my webpage for my free gifts, right? It's an opt-in box. It gets our name and our email address to get somebody going. So your web designers don't always ask you, do you want an opt-in box? Because most of them are not sales and marketing oriented. You have to direct them on what you want and where you want it. And you have to know you need an opt-in box and tell them to put it on the top, you know, above the fold and all that, and have a free download or some kind of free thing, right? So there's that. The other thing, besides the autoresponders, the thank you pages, and the opt-in box on your website, the other thing is fill-in forms. Fill-in forms. So there's a whole bunch of things, actually, that can help you. But fill-in forms are great because it allows you to capture people's information. For example, I offer a complimentary business strategy session to anybody who would like to talk to me about where they are in their business, where they want to go. You can do the same thing. You can call it a strategy session or a discovery session or whatever. It's a free phone call. It's not a coaching session, right? But it is designed to find out where they are, where they need to go, and then if or how you can help them. And it is, so I have a questionnaire I want people to fill out online before I talk to them. Before I'm willing to schedule an appointment for that call, you need to go fill out those questions. Or I don't believe that you're serious, right? I don't want to talk to somebody who's not willing to fill out those questions. So I usually do recommend you have some sort of questionnaire on your website. It doesn't have to be as long as mine, right? And you can look at mine if you want to see an example. It's if you go straight to the page at askkat.biz, ASKKAT.biz. You can see what I'm talking about, see how I write it, see what questions I ask. And you just need to get some kind of form on your website. And that's actually a hidden page. So I send you there from my free gift page, which you guys have access to. And you can see the process I take people through. So they would sign up in the opt-in box, get the free thing, and then they get taken on the thank you page to the strategy session sign-up page where they fill out the questions. And then that's when I get their information in my inbox. And that's when I contact them to schedule an appointment. Now, you can even automate the scheduling process because you can send them a link to your time driver calendar or your calendar online where they can click a button and look at your calendar and pick a time, and it can be automatically even scheduled for you. So you don't even have to communicate with them. I don't personally use that system because my schedule changes daily, so I don't want to do that. But that's a fine way for a lot of people to do scheduling. So those are a bunch of ways to automate on your website. The other way, if you have a really intricate service or product, meaning it requires more explanation or it's a little confusing to understand what you're offering, then you can have a video tutorial. Okay, so you could put a video tutorial of you explaining something or showing something that they have to know before they're going to click and buy. Put a video tutorial on your web page, on that sales page, so that it gives better explanation so they don't have any questions and they don't have any reason not to buy. Okay, so a video tutorial is another way to automate your sales and marketing process. Because whatever you do on your website, you have to make it easy for the other person. Not for you. You have to make it easy for them. You have to make it easy for them to get on your list. You have to make it easy for them to get to your next step. You have to make it easy for them to buy your products and services with shopping carts or click and buy buttons. You have to make it easy for them, period. Okay? So that's automating your business setup. Any questions or anything that you want to comment on there?
For the free gift, sorry, Kat.
Mm-hmm.
For the free gift, ladies, in your email today, you would see, tweet and get this. So when you tweet, you get Katrina's gifts, and then you can see all the process. Because you've got to sign up for the strategy session if you want it, and then you can see the form. And the free gift is wonderful. I've signed up myself, so you can find that on your email.
Awesome. Very cool. All right, great. So now we want to move on to automating your lead generation and client systems. So automating in your lead generation and client systems, some of that I was just talking about, right? So if you have an opt-in box, that's automating your client systems because you're capturing people when they come to your website. But in the marketing end of the lead generation, there's number one is your business cards, right? Make sure your business cards, number one, are easy to read. Don't, make less than 11 or 12 point font, first of all, okay? And then always have a call to action on the back of your business card. And make sure you have a picture of yourself, too, these days. Because if you do a lot of networking, people remember your face usually more than your business card, and your name of your company. So you want your picture. You want to have a big enough font. It doesn't have to be pretty frilly font because sometimes it's hard to read. So you have to make it easy for people. You know, I'm 42, and I just came back from a conference with a stack of business cards, and I swear to God I couldn't read like 3/4 of them, okay? I had to get out my reading glasses. So don't do this. Make it easy for people to buy, to sign up, to get your information, to contact you, okay? Most people are not making it easy on your business cards. I can't express that enough. So on the back, put your call to action. So what is your freebie? My freebie is your free entrepreneur success kit, right? So I put that on the back of my business card, and I tell them where to go to get it. I tell them to go to my free gift page, right? So it makes it easy. If they want to go get it, they can go get it. But if you don't put it there, they can't go get it, right? So order forms is something I talk about a lot, having order forms on hand at all times. So one way to do it, obviously, is with click and buy buttons on your website. But when you're in person at a conference or a networking event or a mixer or luncheon, have order forms with you. And you should be taking credit cards, and I don't care what you do, but you should be taking credit cards one way or the other. There's no reason you can't bring an order form to say, hey, you want to sign up for my membership program? Hey, you want to buy my book? Hey, do you want to get my ebook? You don't have to have a copy of the physical product, or it can be a digital product. It can be a service. You could say, hey, do you want to sign up for my $100 initial session? Do you want, whatever. You can sign up for, I've had people sign up for my $40,000 coaching program because I had an order form for that with me at the event, okay, at a conference. I went to a workshop. I went to a 3-day workshop.
That sounds,
yeah.
Sorry. That sounds, won't people think you're too pushy?
No.
Just meeting someone and
No.
you're presenting an order form.
No. I'm not saying you walk around handing out your order form. I'm saying you better have them in your purse or your back pocket just in case you get a hot prospect that's ready to buy and hand you their credit card. You better take it. Okay? So, but if you don't have an order form, what do you have to do? You have to say, well, when I get back to the office, I'll send you an email with a link to go sign up. Or I'll get back to the office, I'll send you a PayPal link. Or when I get back to the office, I'll email you and we can schedule a time to call to talk. Or when I get back to really, you have to put off the sale if you don't have an order form in your hot little hands. Almost every single event I go to, I sell something. Okay, I sell a $35 info product, I sell a book, I sell a coaching session, I sell a membership program, I sell my boot camp, I sell my live event. I always have an order form handy. You never know where you're going to meet your next client. I'm not saying you're going to pass them out. I'm saying you're going to have them with you in case you're having a conversation with somebody and you're exactly what they need. And you say, well, what you really need is my boot camp, my 90-day boot camp. And they say, yes, I do. And I say, great, well, if you sign up today, you get $1,000 off. And they'll say, I'll take it. What are you going to do? You're going to go back to the office and wait for them to go into their credit card? Because they might have, second thoughts or whatever. Get it now, right? Bring order forms, people. Yeah.
That's a good one.
That is like the golden nugget. Every time I tell somebody that and they do it, I have clients now that do. They show up at events with order forms and they sell stuff and they're just flabbergasted. But it works,
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
Yes.
Before you continue, ladies, if you have any questions, Kat is very fast, you can see. So if you have any questions, just put it on the chat box and I'll try to get it off to her. So do send in your questions while she's speaking. Just post your questions and I'll get it to her. So Kathy can
go
on.
ahead. Awesome. Okay, let's see. So the other thing with automating lead generation and client systems is to, like your voicemail message. Seems like a very simple thing, okay, your voicemail message on your, whether you're using a landline and a voicemail service or a cell phone. I don't use my cell phone for business. I don't give my cell phone out. You don't have to. If that's your only phone, then that's fine, but just your voicemail has to reflect your business. If whatever number you're giving out for business, so really go listen to your voicemail and listen to it with the ears of your ideal client calling you for the first time, doesn't know anything about you, and wants information. Okay? I guarantee that 99 out of 100 of you will say, oh, crap, my voicemail sucks. Okay? And and maybe you're the one out of 100 that has a really good voicemail, but I call a lot of people. That is part of my follow-up system. At this point in my business, I still make personal follow-up phone calls, and you need to also, and we'll get to that in a minute. But my point is I listen to a lot of crappy voicemails. So if that is your first point of contact for some of your prospects, and it says, hey, this is Julie and the Hanson household, leave your message for Julie, Jim, Jack, or Jennifer, or leave a message for Peak Potential Business, right, or whatever it is, that sounds like crap. Okay, we don't want to know that we're calling your family house phone and that you also have a business. Okay, we want to hear a business line. So if you have to invest in a business line in your business, then you need to invest in a business line. If you're serious about building a successful business, you need a dedicated business line with a dedicated, effective voicemail. Okay? So some things to make sure you put on your voicemail. You need to say your company name. I can't even tell you how many times I call somebody and says, hey, leave a message. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. I'm like, really? Did I call the right person? Is this the right business? Do I have the right number? And what's your web? Like, nothing, right? Or, hey, this is Julie. Leave a message and I'll call you back or whatever. So at least we know we have the right person, but what is the business? So you need to mention your business name, your name. You need to talk about your website. I send people to my free gift on my website, right? So it's like, if you have questions or you want more information or you want to go get my free stuff, go to jumpstartyourmarketing.com / the free gift site. So then I send them there on the voicemail. And I also tell them, because I like to return phone calls via email. Okay, so I ask for their name and their email address in case I can return it by email. So if you want to do that, do that. Okay, so just really take a look at your voicemail because I guarantee it's probably not effective. Are you thinking about what yours says? Okay.
Yeah.
I know. Okay. Well, everybody needs to go and change it quick. All right, so there's other things you could do. I talked about the scheduling calendar. There's an online calendar called Time Tracker. You could have if you do coaching or some kind of appointment with people where you're talking to people, or even in a group program, if you want more information from them before your first call, then have a questionnaire that's downloadable or fill-inable either on your website on the thank you page once they sign up or on the autoresponder that goes out, and have that already connected so you don't have to take that extra step and send it to them. Okay, we want to cut down on your manual labor. We want you to do less manually and figure out how to automate the things that need to happen in your client generation and client systems. Okay, so that's why the sign-up questionnaire for a strategy session and then to scheduling, right? So you can do automated appointment reminders for your client appointments, because if they do sign up on something like Time Tracker, then they get reminders of their appointments, and that's already set up through Time Tracker that sends them out. So you don't even have to remind people about their appointment. It just automatically happens. So that's other ways to figure out what's slowing you down in your client management systems and and then figure out how to automate it. Another thing about more automation and lead generation is you have to be in more places, just period. You have to be in more places online in order to attract more leads. So, you know, we don't have time to talk about my 3 simple steps to attracting more clients right now, but I have a whole call that I do on that. But it's about getting in front of more people more often and in more ways. So building a list of followers on Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn and Google Plus and YouTube, okay, having video tips and things, having subscribers on YouTube, having subscribers on your blog, and funneling all of those people into your website opt-in box, okay? So a lot of the mistakes I see people make with their online social media and their online marketing is that they're on Facebook and they're sending people to an event on Facebook, right, but they never really send them to a fan page on Facebook, but they're not really sending them then back to their website to get their free thing. Okay, they're just hanging out over on Facebook. And you're not in charge of Facebook. Okay, Facebook could go away at the drop of a hat. It probably won't, but they can change their mind on what they're offering and how they do it anytime they want. You're not in control of Facebook, period. So you need to pull those people off of Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitter and YouTube as fast as humanly possible and get them onto an email newsletter list in whatever means you can. You can run contests. You can have quizzes on your website that are opt-in box. You can have lots of different special gifts. You can have special hidden pages, sales, free teleclasses, all kinds of things that you can create to get people over to your website to sign up for something. And then every time they sign up for something or anything that they sign up for on your website, make sure it also states that they will also receive your free subscription to your email newsletter, right? And your email follow-ups. So that has to be there. A lot of people don't do that. So that's the majority of what I can cover, I think, today on lead generation and client systems. Then we're going to get into marketing and follow-up. Any questions on that?
No questions so far. So,
okay.
Let me refresh the page. No questions so far. You can just carry on.
Okay. So then automation in your marketing and follow-up. Follow-up is one of the main things I teach. I have an ultimate marketing follow-up system. It's the system I've been using for 10 years in my business and how I built a multiple six-figure business, okay, is from more marketing and lead generation and networking and a really great kick-butt follow-up system. Most people do not do enough follow-up, period. If they're doing any at all. The reason my follow-up system is so awesome and unique is because I talk about setting up templates, okay? You've got to set up templates for your follow-up emails, for your mailing campaigns. You need to do direct mail still, okay? For most of you, you should really be doing more direct mail. And templates for your messaging people on social media, how to connect on people via one-on-one messages. Okay, so I have templates for that. I have pre-written questions. I have automatic emails that go out. I have templates for, you know, I talk a lot about auto ads and not auto ads. So when you go to an event and if you are a speaker or an exhibitor, usually you're holding a drawing of some sort, and people know they're going to get opted into your list by entering your drawing. Those are auto ads. So those people, you can go back to your office and enter into your computer and enter into your email newsletter because they are automatically added to your list. Okay, but you still need to send them an initial follow-up email before you add them to the list, because they won't remember how they met you and why they're getting your email if you don't do that step. And so I teach people how to write that email. And then the not auto ads are the people when you're just networking and you're exchanging business cards and you don't actually talk about the fact that you have a newsletter or you have free stuff and people want it. When you don't have that conversation, you can't just go home and add them to your email newsletter. That's a email marketing no-no. That's spam, okay? So do not do that. But instead, I have a whole system on how to treat what I call not auto ads. So we don't go home and automatically add them to the list. But we still send them a specific follow-up email series and direct mail and phone calls to follow up with them. So if you write your templates for your email and you have pre-printed and designed direct mail pieces of whatever they are, whether they're cards or they could be handwritten notes, they can be letters, they can be postcards, they can be anything that you want to send in direct mail. It doesn't matter, but you don't want to change it all the time. The thing is to have a standard, this is mailer number 1, this is mailer number 2, this is mailer number 3, and have it ready to go. If you have those templates for email and mail, then all of it, all your follow-up can be delegated. Every single piece of it. It can be delegated. You don't have to do any of it because, first of all, you're not doing any of it now. And you don't even have a system now. You're lucky if you make a phone call and send an email and maybe add them to the list. And most of you are probably adding people to the list that are not opted in. So you don't have a system. You're not doing enough follow-up now. So this is one of the best ways to get more clients and make more money. You need to be doing this follow-up because you've met these people, you've invested your time and money to be at whatever event it is or to be wherever it is. You need to make sure you maximize and capitalize and monetize those leads. Okay, so by not doing your follow-up, you're just stepping over thousands of dollars. So instead of doing that, put these systems into place with your email templates, your direct mail pieces, and have somebody else do it so you know it's going to be done. It doesn't have to cost you a lot of money. It might cost maybe, depending on how much networking you do and how many business cards you collect and all that. I mean, if you have, I don't know, I mean, I don't spend more than probably $100 on my follow-up gal a month. Okay, that's nothing to have that stuff done for you once the systems are set up and once the templates are set up, right? So she just takes all the business cards and she enters them in the computer. She does that. I don't enter them in the computer because that will never happen. If I have to do it, it will never happen because I need to be doing more sales and marketing. So if you go out to a networking event and you come back and think you need to enter them into the computer, stop it. You need to delegate that and you need to go get more contacts. All you need to do is sales and marketing, sales and marketing, sales and marketing. Let somebody else do all the data entry, the follow-up systems, and all that. Because otherwise you're not going to be spending your time wisely. So templates is a big thing.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kat. Direct mail. Can you talk a little bit more on direct mail?
Yes, it's very important.
But what's direct mail? For those who don't know what that means.
Direct mail, putting something in the mail, right? I mean, even if it's a handwritten note.
A postcard, a proper letter?
It can be a variety of things. I send a series of 2 or 3 postcards, okay? And so they're pre-printed. My assistant has them on hand. She has postcards sitting in her office. She has labels. She has stamps. All of it's in her office. So when I give her business cards, she enters them, she labels them, and she mails them. And when she runs low, she orders more. It's really easy. So if you want a handwritten note, you give her the note cards. You tell her what to say in the note. You give her a pen. You don't write them. She writes them. Nobody cares what your handwriting looks like. Nobody's going to know that she wrote them and you did not. You still wrote the actual message. She just facilitated the task. Okay? So you can do send out cards. Send out cards is a great service for going online and sending greeting cards. You can send postcards or greeting cards through send out cards. You can upload pictures and logos and all kinds of stuff. And you can upload a list there of people. So that's a really online automated way to send out stuff. Okay, it doesn't have to cost that much. It's whatever you would like to send, but it has to be effective. So the key is what you say on that direct mail piece. right? So I never say, buy my stuff, buy my stuff, buy my stuff. It's always about, go get the free stuff. Did you get the free stuff? Would you like to talk to me for free? It's free, free, free. It's getting them to the next step. It's getting them on the list and getting them to the next step. It's never sell, sell, sell in the beginning follow-up. That can happen later in the ongoing marketing process, right? So when you're looking at your annual marketing calendar, which everybody should have, you should have an annual marketing calendar with specific things plotted on your calendar that you want to do throughout the year. Like you might want to run a special sale in the summer. You might want to send out holiday cards in the fall. You might want to send out, Easter cards or whatever it is. You might want to send out, you just plot it on your calendar, right? And then you can even delegate some of that stuff. But that's the ongoing marketing. So once they're in your database and you have their mailing address, which sometimes you have to get, so if they opt into your website with their name and email, you have to figure out how else you're going to get their mailing address. And you can do that with bigger opt-in boxes. So once they're already on your email list, sometimes I do a free teleclass. I do a free teleclass every month usually. But every once in a while, I'll make the opt-in box for the free teleclass a larger box where they have to put in their name and mailing address and their phone number. And so I start capturing mailing addresses. You can also send out a free CD in the mail. So anybody who signs up after the freebie, if they want the CD that you have to ship to them, they can enter their mailing address. They can pay $3 for it, whatever. Right? But a lot of times, too, when you get business cards from conferences and things, a lot of people don't put their address, their mailing address on their business card, which you should, because people can't contact you. You would need to make it easy for people, okay? I know you're going to get some sales stuff, too, but that's just the way the world works. You need to put your address on your website and your business card, period. And it can be a P.O. box. It doesn't matter. But, what was I going to say about that? Your mailing address.
I distracted you, no?
No, I lost my train of thought on that one. But, yeah. So, okay, so automation in your marketing and your follow-up. So some of the systems that can be set up include RSS feeds, an RS as in Sam, S as in Sam, RSS feed. Mm-hmm. Now, most people don't know what that is unless you're tech savvy. So just tell your web designer or your virtual assistant that you want to make sure you have RSS feeds set up for all your blog posts and your video, any videos that you post on YouTube. Okay, and those are two places that you can put an RSS feed so that when you post something on your blog, that it automatically goes out to all your social sites, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. Same thing with YouTube. If I post something on YouTube, it automatically goes to Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube and LinkedIn. Okay. Let's see. Oh, another thing on automation in your marketing is teleclass conference line. Everybody should have a teleclass conference line. You can get a free conference line, right? I have that resource Rolodex. I have plenty of options on there. But you can do client calls on that are private. You can also do teleclasses like this. You can have your own teleclass every month. That's an automated thing. And you don't necessarily have to pay for the services that are paid, like GoToWebinar or Instant Teleseminar. Those are paid services. If you're just starting out with a teleclass and you're doing some free ones or whatever, just use a free conference line until you start really building a following of people that are going to come to you, because the free ones usually can only have a certain number of people on the line, and the paid ones allow you to have more people on the line and more functionality. But it's not necessary in the beginning usually. And the last thing about marketing and follow-up and automation is repurposing your content. You need to figure out ways to repurpose all your content so you're in more places more often and in more ways. So one way to do that is through article marketing. So if you write an article for your email newsletter, right, and you send it out today in your email newsletter, then you should take that information, or your assistant should take that article, and she should post it as a blog post. She should pull it out of your newsletter and post that article on your blog. Then, with an RSS feed, it goes out to all your social sites. Then you should also do a quick video tip about the article topic. Okay, so a 3-minute video, and you should post that on YouTube. So that goes out to all your social sites. So then you've got video tips going out about every topic. Then your assistant can take that article, and they can do article marketing with it, which means they put it on other article websites. There's a lot of websites out there that you can post your content on for free and link back to your website. So as much of that as you can do, you want to do. And there are automated systems even to blast your article out there to hundreds of sites. Or your assistant can do it manually, but you should not be doing that yourself, because it's easy to delegate. So that's what I had to cover. Yeah, that's what I had to cover there. I mean, there's so much you can do I'm just barely covering, the top of the layer here of some of the main things I see that need to be done. If you aren't doing most of this stuff in your business, you are wasting time and wasting money and missing out on tons of sales, period. So we need to get help. You need to get help to reach out and get this stuff done, right? So, but one last couple things about automating your life. Some of my clients have 3 or 4 or even 5 kids, okay? Actually, one of my clients has 10 kids. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And, I had a dog, and he just passed away, but that's all. And I'm dating somebody with 1 child now, which is plenty. So I'm like, I'm done, right? So the 10, 5, whatever. So you might need to delegate first in your home rather than your business. So just think about that. If you're constantly picking up around your house or cleaning around your house or doing things around your house or frustrated because things aren't getting done around your house, then you might want to delegate or automate more in your life first and your household. Things like getting someone to run some errands for you. There's people out there that will do that for anywhere from $10 to $20 an hour, will run errands for you. I've definitely hired an errand service before. You can get a housekeeper. You can have someone mow your lawns and get a landscaper, right? I have an assistant that will even go to my P.O. box and collect my mail every couple weeks. You can shop for your groceries online these days in a lot of places. I know Safeway does that. You can shop online and have it delivered. It doesn't really cost that much money, okay? You can shop more on Amazon. Amazon sells everything you need pretty much, right? You can do online bill paying. You can do the Google Calendar for all your family activities. What if, you've got soccer practice and dance practice and your husband's business activities and your business activities, and put them all in one calendar, color code them, and have them be on everybody's phone so everybody knows what everybody's doing. That can help a lot, right? And you can even pre-prep food on weekends if you need to. So those are just some little things I see that oftentimes we have to suggest for clients who need more home help.
Well, basically,
that's a lot.
What I get here is, sorry.
Yeah,
basically, for what I get here, we keep cutting into each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically what I see here is when you get all these things automated, then you've got creativity time. Your head can actually think, because now you've got time to be able to, be innovative and, focus on what actually should be bringing in results.
You need to, most people don't get more done in their business, and they don't market as much as they do because they've got so many things running around in their head, right? And if you automate more of this, then you've got more of a smooth-running, lead-generating, sales-producing machine. And that is what's going to get you to a 6+ figure business. That and a couple assistants along the way is what's going to bring you to that kind of successful business. Now, if you only need to make a little bit of money every month, a couple thousand or less, and or you are in like a network marketing company, some of those don't apply to you, right? So, but for the most of us who are trying to build a successful business, making good money, and not having to work ourselves to death, we need to do some of this stuff, a lot of this stuff, I mean, most of it. So, yeah.
Fantastic.
And I have...
We've got 3 minutes.
Right. So do you want me to share the offer that I had in case people want to learn the systems and the templates?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. So they've got access to the free gifts. You can always get that. But if you do want to get this stuff set up faster in your business and you want help now, then I have a hidden secret page on my website that I can send you to that is going to give you not only my follow-up system, that all the templates for email, direct mail, phone call scripts, all of it, but it's also going to give you my social media messaging system, which is what to say to connect with people online on social media. And I teach you how to reach out to 1,000 new prospects every month doing that, and it doesn't take that much time if you have the system and the template set up. And then you also get a free ticket to my next event, which is in October in Northern California, and you get 30 days free in one of my membership programs. I mean, all of it together is $700 value, and it's only $197 or 2 payments of $107 today with this Telesummit. And you can take advantage of it anytime while the Telesummit's going on. But the website to go to, the page to go to is jumpstartyourmarketing.com/follow-up-marketing. So jumpstartyourmarketing.com/follow-up-marketing is the hidden page you want to go to just for this special offer for this call. For $197, you get all of that. My live event by itself is $300 a person. The follow-up system by itself is $197. So, I mean, you're getting tons of bonuses with this offer. And I swear to God, if you implement this stuff, the reason that I have the Silver Mentor program in there, which is my monthly membership program, you want to take advantage of that because once you dive into the products, you want to have access to me. So you can have access to talk to me in open Q&A calls and to post the things you're working on. Like you can be creating your own templates. You can post them in that Silver forum, and I will comment and give you feedback on what you're saying and give you suggestions on how to tweak your follow-up stuff and all your marketing. So you definitely want to take advantage of all of it if you're going to do any of it. That's what I got. So hopefully some of you.
You want to say the website again, please?
Yeah, it's jumpstartyourmarketing.com/follow-up-marketing is the special offer.
Okay. Thank you. I can see that 60 minutes is not enough for you.
Well, I think most people get overwhelmed. I mean, I know what I shared today was a little overwhelming because it was a lot of stuff. That's what I get told all the time. Oh, my God, I have to do all that. Yeah, if you want to be in business and you're serious, yes, you need to do all that. You don't need to do all that today. You can work on it over the next few months. But, so don't let it be overwhelming. Just start doing it one by one.
Yeah. Totally true. I mean it, so I know. Totally true. You've got to do all that. Thank you so much. We haven't got any questions. I guess everyone was just listening and taking notes because you've given us so much. So thank you so much, Katrina. I know you're very busy, and I'm glad that you've been able to give us your time today. So,
no problem. It was fun.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Well, ladies, we've got a few minutes to rest, and we're back on the second call. And that's up in 29 minutes. And we've got Leila. She is a social media expert. And she's going to be telling us how to attract leads that convert. So you need to be on this call if that's what you're looking for. If you're looking for how to attract leads, she's going to tell you why traffic is important, but numbers are not enough, you know. So she's going to tell you that. So I'll see you girls see you ladies, sorry, I keep saying girls and ladies. I'll see you ladies in 28 minutes for the next call. Thank you so much. And thank you very much, Katrina. Thank you. Okay. Hello, ladies. We are back again for the second part of this summit this evening, and I've got a wonderful, wonderful lady. And, you know, most of the ladies who have been on this call, like I've said, I've followed them for years now. So I'm going to start by introducing myself. My name is Placida Acheru, and I'm the founder of Coaching for Excellence and also a host for this summit, the Woman Unleash Your Potential Summit. I'm so delighted to bring you 21 women who are impacting their world. They are doing marvelous things, you know, transforming lives, you know, not just to women, but everyone who is in business and everyone who needs transformation. None that we have on the show today is one of those amazing women. And then these women are here to share the secrets of how they have unleashed their potential and stepped into abundance. And like I've shared previously, the reason why I've created this event is to motivate, empower, encourage, educate, enlighten, and kick your behind, because some women do need some kicking at the backside in order to become what they were brought on this earth to be. Now we're going into this summit now. This call, I'm saying to you, make sure you're in a quiet space, you are comfortable, turn off every distraction, get focused, get a pen, notepad, and because you're going to be taking lots of notes. Fantastic speaker, we had Joanna Martins, and she told us how to manage our time and how to, you know, stop the time stealers, like our emails. Oh my God, emails and phone calls, trying to answer all the phone calls that we get, and also the tired mind. You know, she gave us some lovely tips on how to manage our time to be more productive. If you missed that call, the replay is on, go listen to it. But here we've got a wonderful lady, like I said, Nan Akasa. Now, Nan is one woman who is doing marvelous, marvelous things. I have followed her for a long time. And she's got a very long portfolio, very long bio. But she is, you know, a mind over money business coach, creator of high income hypnosis and the Sacred Cell Solution System and the money manifestation method. You know, she is, you know, the best-selling author of Already Rich, Secrets to Master Your Money Mind, and which is going to be telling us today about the mind ghost. You know, there's something in our mind that just frightens us from doing what we're supposed to be doing, and she's going to be telling us how to handle that. Well, Nan is the founder of the Akasa Group International and International Coaching Company that serves a very vibrant worldwide community of women entrepreneurs, coaches, business owners at any level. Well, she's here on the call, and I think she will do best really telling us more about herself. Nan, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
I thank you so much for making yourself, because you're such a busy woman. I know you're traveling at this period, at this time. I know you're on the move, you know, but thank you so much for giving us your time. And I want to say, you know, tell us more about yourself. Tell us how you became this woman that is doing all these wonderful things that you're doing.
Oh, well, thank you. I want to just thank you very much for having me on here and for the work that you're doing, bringing all these women together and bringing this powerful message out there. It's always wonderful to co-create with other women and other people who are really bringing this valuable information to the world. So I wanted to thank you very much for that. Yes, well, like everybody, I have a very long and interesting journey, and very early on, right out of college, I started my first company. I've been building businesses probably about 29 years now. I've built 5 different businesses, some of them multi-7-figure, some multi-6-figure, and I'm definitely an entrepreneur at heart. I can't work for anyone else. And my first business was in fashion design in LA, and we exploded. We were selling all across the country to the big department stores on Fifth Avenue. Everything was going great, and at the end of the 80s, if anybody remembers business back then, everybody went bankrupt. All the department stores, everybody bought each other, went bankrupt and didn't pay. And so that was the end of that company, and that was really a profound moment for me. At the time, of course, I thought it was a major tragedy and a huge failure, and I just felt horrible about myself. But it was, looking back, one of those key moments in life where everything deconstructed. Everything that I was told was true. Everything I was told to do to succeed didn't work, and I had to stop and look around and say, how do we create our reality? And that became my quest. I had no spiritual background up to that point. It got me on a spiritual path. It got me on a path of wanting to understand who we are, how we create. And then over many years, I started a real estate investing business, and I did healing work and all different kinds of things, traveled around the world, taking groups of people to the pyramids and just amazing things, and always wanting to understand deeper the energy behind what we work, what is God, what is spirit, how do our minds work, and became a hypnotherapist. And at one point, after 25 years of marriage, I decided I couldn't stay in that was very negative and difficult environment. And through the 3 years it took me to get divorced, it was a complete mess, and I thought I was set for life. I owned 80 units in real estate investing. I was making lots and lots of money. I had a big, beautiful home. I thought I was set for life. And when the 3 years of dust settled, I was literally sitting there with nothing. I didn't own a property. I had no credit cards. I had no money. And I had to start all over. And at the same time, my parents decided they didn't want anything to do with me either. They were like, this whole thing is a mess. We don't want anything to do with it. So it's the first time in my life that I really felt like I was completely alone, and I didn't have a safety net. And I can tell you it was the scariest and yet the most fantastic thing that ever happened to me, because I already knew all of this stuff. I was practicing, I was coaching, I was teaching, and yet I know that we create our reality. And so there was nobody to blame for it but me. And I had to sit down and say, now, what's that all about? And it gave me an opportunity to go very, very deep. And so there were 2 things that came from that. My current business, I love to coach people on business and starting businesses because I've done it. I'm an expert at helping people start very fast, make money very quickly. But I really became fascinated in what's going on inside of us, what is going on in our minds, that our mind is literally that one thing other than choice that we have control over, even though it doesn't seem that way. We weren't taught that. And it's literally how we create our reality. And so I'm always saying, okay, what's underneath that? And what's the easiest and fastest way to manifest what we want? And how do we break through that? And that's where the hypnosis and the other things that I had learned really came into play. And so what I love to help people with the most is really understand why you're getting the results that you're getting. Why is what beliefs and patterns are going on in your subconscious mind that are literally making you aware or not aware of the opportunities that are in your life, and laying a foundation of truth so that other people, especially women, because women are opening more businesses, women are really coming into their power now, they're really wanting to express their gifts, and most women do not have a good foundation or a good relationship with money. And most people have a deep issue around their self-esteem. And you take those 2 things together, and it creates all kinds of struggle and chaos in our lives. And so what I want to do is see women and people step into their purpose and their power and own that in a way that they can allow the opportunities and the money to flow so they can reach their fullest potential. And I definitely draw very heavily on my personal experience from that as well as all my clients. So,
you know what, Nan? No one, I know they don't put life stories on people's foreheads, but, until you have shared this story, no one would believe that you've gone through this and you've come out of this, this story you've told us to becoming the woman that you are now, doing all the stuff that you're doing, being abandoned by your parents, being, all these rejections, and you've created what you have. It's fantastic. And I think the ladies who are listening, ladies, if your life has gone through the path that Nan's life has gone, then you know that it is possible for you to create your own reality. And Nan, I'm so glad you're on this call, sharing all this with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll let you carry on because you've got a wonderful topic today. And, when I saw the title, I said, I need to hear this. I know I'm the host, but I need to hear this. So let you carry on with your topic.
Oh, okay. Well, what did you want me to talk about the secrets to master your money mind, or the eliminate the mind ghost?
Eliminate the mind ghost.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So one is, like I was saying earlier, one of the things that I've really focused in on in my studies is everything to do with energy. When I found out that everything is made of energy, it's all vibrating at a different rate, so we create liquid, solid, and everything in between, that I wanted to know what that energy was made up of, and so I studied quantum physics and obviously the mind. And what's the most fascinating thing, and truly a deep honor for me in my work, is that when I do the hypnosis work with my clients, and I work with people all over the world. I have a client in Nepal and Madagascar and just amazing places, and we're able to do this work over the phone, which is really so wonderful to have that global reach now. But I get to really see what's going on inside of people, and it's so fascinating to unravel when you look at somebody who's I had a client many years ago who was one of the first cases where I really started to be able to draw the correlations, and he was very successful. He did quite well. His lifelong dream was to buy his mother a nice house, that he had grown up rather poor, and his mother still struggled. And every time he would save enough money, something would happen. Something would come up, and he would have to use that money. He was never able to get to buy the house for his mom. And in our work together, what we discovered was that his mother had a very negative attitude towards rich people. So it's a fairly common thing you've probably heard. Rich people are greedy, rich people are selfish, rich people use people. And whereas as an adult, his conscious mind told him, well, that's not true. That's just something my mom said. What we have to really be aware of is that your subconscious mind is in charge. It is much more powerful and much stronger. And until you're 7 years old, you don't have a critical conscious mind. So everything that's around you, whether it's your parents or school or other authority figures, is going directly into your subconscious mind and creating beliefs based on your limited perspective and other people's attitudes, which aren't necessarily truth. And now you're an adult, and you're wondering, why can't I ask for this, this client to buy my services, or why can't I charge enough for what I do, or why can't I, whatever it is. And it often seems like we have these invisible barriers going on inside of us. Well, what we discovered for him was that this belief was so deeply embedded in him that it was a stronger belief that no matter how much his desire, he loved his mother so much, and his desire was so strong to buy her that house. But his belief that she would not approve of him or love him anymore because then he would be one of those rich people was stronger, and every time he got the money, it would find a way to get rid of it. That's how powerful these things are. That's why I call them your ghosts, because they're literally like past people, events, memories, stories. A lot of our beliefs come through our DNA. I've had hypnosis clients where we follow right back down through their lineage, and we will locate, one of the key people that started a particular belief. If you look at the depression in this country, almost everybody alive right now has a parent or a grandparent or someone that they know that went through the depression, and that was such a powerful impact on people that no matter how much money a lot of these people have, they still act like in any second they're going to be poor. They're saving little bags and they're doing all these things that very based in lack. So it only takes some of these thoughts or beliefs in one generation. They get passed down and they get passed down. And so we've got our ancestors in our head, we've got our parents in our head, we have all these, I was a failure, or, the kid in 5th grade made fun of me, and I was embarrassed, all these different experiences that created a very powerful impact on us, and we decided certain things were true. And what we decided was that it's not safe for us to be who we are, to speak up, to express ourselves authentically. We might look foolish, we might be made fun of, we might lose love, we might lose money, we might be outcast, we might be betrayed. And it's amazing. I can't tell you how many times I've seen that these beliefs that even if you're aware of them consciously, you might think, oh, well, that's just something my parents said. They're so deeply attached to an emotional thing around you being safe and being accepted and being loved that they can literally run your life, and you'll be finding yourself working hard, learning marketing, putting a bunch of stuff to work, and pretty soon you're like, well, why every time do I have a big month and I make a bunch of money, the next month I barely make any? Or, whatever your particular pattern is. And this is where it comes from, is these deep things, deep beliefs and patterns. Another example that's interesting is this one lady had a very successful business for quite a while, and then it kind of crashed, and she was trying to figure out why, and she was trying to rebuild it, and she was just so full of fear around everything. She couldn't trust people. It was a business in which she had to, it was real estate investing and rehabbing, so there were many, many people she had to interact with and do business with in order to just accomplish something. And she started to feel within her like her mother, she remembered her mother having a lot of fear. And what we discovered in hypnosis is that she made a subconscious agreement when she was just a baby with her mom. Her mother came from a very, very fearful and abusive upbringing, and she was terrified of people and terrified of trusting anyone, and just, was really attracted to negative news, that whole thing, and lived her life very cautiously, very small. And this woman had made an agreement as a child, emotionally, subconsciously, with her mother. I will be like you. I will stay here with you. I will live in this fear with you because I want to belong to you and I don't want you to be alone. And therefore, it was affecting her ability to build her business. It's just amazing. We've got judgments around money and around ourselves. I had one client who came to me, and he had a really big issue about how the money came to him. He had this programming from his family that as a man, if he worked very, very hard and he proved himself and he struggled, then that money that he made, that was worthwhile money. He really felt he deserved it, and he felt good about it. If someone gave him money, if he did something that was easy for him and enjoyable and he made money, he felt like he had done something wrong and that money was bad. And when he came to me, there was this money hovering around him. And I say that in that I sense this about people when I talk to them. And he didn't know it, but what we did was we focused on 2 sessions within 2 weeks on this issue around whether it was okay to receive money and also how to speak up and ask, for what you're worth. And after those 2 sessions, he became aware of the money opportunity that was already there. This is true for everybody. Exactly what you need right now. More clients, more money, whatever it is, it's already here in your environment, the opportunity for it right now, but you may not be able to be aware of it because of your mindset, because of your state of consciousness. And so after the 2 weeks, he became aware of this. He walked in. He was able to ask for it, negotiate for it, and walked out with $25,000. And that was all he had to do for it. And so it's like, I just absolutely love finding what I call these ghosts, because you can literally, I like to use the challenge of quadrupling people's results. So, you know, quadrupling your clients or your income and your confidence, because that's very, very much tied in with that whole topic.
Quite interesting what you said, especially the story of the lady who had made an agreement with the mom. You know, and it sounds like something you read in a book, but from what you're saying, it's actually true. You know, that you can actually make this agreement as a child and not even remember you did it. You know. Yeah,
absolutely. It's amazing what I get to see, literally day after day, the kinds of things that people uncover. I have one client who is very, very successful in business, had opened 2 or 3 very successful businesses with a partner, but he was working all the time. And he was always doing the things that was in the back room where there's no engagement with people. And he would have these periods of time where he would literally become physically paralyzed. And he didn't want to talk to people. He didn't want to go leave the house. He didn't want to go anywhere near people or interact with them. And he wanted very much to break this, because not only just for business and, you know, friends, but also for meeting, you know, a woman. And so what was really interesting was that as we were doing hypnosis sessions, what we uncovered was that his family, when he was growing up, his mother would get mad and she would scream, and it was so terrifying to him that he would go into his room and he would lay in bed and he would pull the covers up over him and he would try not to breathe and not to move, because he thought if he didn't make a single movement that, you know, she would forget that he was there and, you know, and calm down and nothing would happen. And how this was affecting, you know, his life in every area. He couldn't find love. He couldn't, you know, maintain. He wanted to start a business of his own, but of course he couldn't be a person that was out there, you know, became an issue for him moving into public. So yeah, it's amazing. And then when we got even deeper later on, working together, we even went into what you could call past lives, or whatever you want to call it, a conscious, you know, mass conscious memory. But what I find happens for a lot of people is that they have memories of what you would probably call a past life, where they were prosecuted or executed or imprisoned or something like that for speaking up, for, you know, expressing themselves. And you see this with entrepreneurs, right? You go out and now you're selling your services. You're selling your own personal self. And you're speaking up about something you're passionate about, a gift that you have, a talent that you have, something you want to provide. And this is so common in people. I'm sure you see this in your clients. They become terrified of speaking up, right? And then you go to the next step and you start asking for money for it, right? And it absolutely terrifies people. And so there's, you know, if you look at our history, we have so many years of this kind of being persecuted for being different or speaking up. That's still really strong in everybody. I had a lady at my last live event. We did a group hypnosis, and we came out, and I asked, you know, who wants to share, who wants some help with what they experienced. And she raised her hand. She goes, I don't believe in past lives, but I just had the most vivid, real experience that I think was past life. And it was all sort of around being imprisoned or something. There was another woman who was a client of mine, and I hadn't spoken to her for several months. And she came on one of my calls and did a hypnosis session, a group hypnosis session. And she contacted me afterwards, and she said, I have to speak with you. And I got on the phone with her, and she said, well, you know, I've heard about this thing called past lives, and I didn't really doubt it. I just didn't really know that I would ever have something like this happen. Now, this woman was fascinating. She's very well educated. She's extremely intelligent. She has a very high-paying job, and she puts her husband in charge of all the money. She has to ask even to have money, you know, to spend, $10. She doesn't have her own, you know, cards or anything. And she set it up that way on purpose. She said she has lived in terror of money almost every day of her life. She walks around with fear of money. And when she wants to spend the money, of course, she, you know, attracted and married a person who was very, very, you know, no, I'm in charge, you can't have any, and all of this. And now she was running into an issue where she didn't want to feel the fear around money anymore, and she wanted to have control over her own money, but she was both terrified of it and then afraid to ask him to have the money to spend. And what she experienced was, in this hypnosis, was she went back to like a medieval times where she was a wealthy, well-educated woman, similar to today, and both her family and the local government conspired together. They wanted her land and her money. They imprisoned her for many, many years, and then they beheaded her. And this experience was so vivid to her that she said she was literally in shock for almost a day. And when I was talking to her, she said, I understand now, inside of me, money equals killing. And that's why I've lived in terror of it every day. It's why I get a paycheck. I don't want, I don't want it. She's put everyone else in charge. She's, hasn't been able to get a raise or get a new job in like 10 years, even though she wins awards for what she does. So you can see how strong these programs are. They can prevent you from getting a new job. They can prevent you from getting a raise. They can prevent you from, taking control of your life, because that deeper inner fear is much stronger. And if you don't understand what it is, it's a little bit like trying to, battle an invisible enemy. So.
Wow. Sounds very interesting and scary at the same time. To think that our past could really be affecting our future.
Yeah, absolutely. And the good part is that there are two things that we have complete control over. We do have freedom of choice, and we have the free will to make those choices. We can choose to decide what something means. We can choose to listen to something or not. We can choose who we're with. We can choose, and oftentimes people don't feel like they have the right to choose, and that's just simply a lie. It's something that they've been told, and they took honest truth. But we have that, and then we have the ability to control our mind. And that's really the key. That's what I have focused on, and what I encourage people to do is to do some very deep work where you get an opportunity to understand the patterns that are going on inside of you. Because when you have these kind of experiences, there's a decision made inside of you at a very deep level, like, okay, it's not safe to have a lot of money because people will kill you, right? People you love will betray you. And it doesn't make any sense to your conscious mind, but if that's what you're walking around with, it explains perfectly if you're not able to charge for your services or raise your rates or, talk to people about certain things. And but the great thing is that you have the ability to change your mindset. You weren't responsible for them getting in there, especially the ones you got when you were a child. But unfortunately now you're the only one that can change them. So the main thing that will change the beliefs that are going on inside of you is a new experience. And oftentimes, because people can't get out of their comfort zone, can't get past their fear, can't really see clearly what's the next step to move towards their goals, they don't get that new experience. And that's where the work that I do, including the hypnosis, is so powerful because hypnosis, you're getting an experience, and your mind doesn't know the difference between if you're physically doing it or if you're practicing or imagining it in your mind. And so you get to go in, you get to uncover these things, you get to understand what's the real cause. We don't have to spend 10 years on a couch, going through everything that went wrong in your life. We can go directly to what is the most important information for you to know right now. And then when you have that, you can see, okay, what was the agreement? And it's always around keeping you safe. None of these beliefs are trying to be evil. They all were created there because you thought at the time they would keep you safe. And so you can choose something new. So one of the things that I recommend that my clients do, and you guys can do this, it's very powerful exercise, is if you take a blank sheet of paper and you draw a line down the center of it. And on one side on the top, you write poor girl, and on the other side you write wealthy woman. Excuse me. And then you start to keep track and write down. It's very important you write them down. Any negative beliefs, any fears, any doubts, fear and doubt and worry are all lies. Those are never communication from spirit, from divine. They're never guidance. And so that if you're having fear and doubt around something you really want to do, it's most likely your subconscious mind going, oh, wait a minute, she's about to change. She's about to go do something that's going to change our life, and that's not okay. We have to stay the way we are now. And so you want to become aware of those beliefs that you have. So one of the very powerful ones for me was when I was growing up, my dad had the habit of always saying, you don't deserve. So he'd be like, look at this great vacation we're on. Look at all this great stuff we have, or something. Wow, this is really nice. You don't deserve this. And I heard it over and over. And I don't think it was his intention to program into me that I wasn't worthy, but that's what happened. And the other thing, that I came out of my childhood believing was that I don't get to have what I want. I can sometimes get what I need, but I do not get to have what I want. And if I have it, it can only last so long before it has to go away. And there's a lot of different things that happened in my childhood that went together to create that belief, but when I uncovered it and I uncovered how deep it went, I got to see that it was literally stealing my joy, stealing my ability to be in the present moment, obviously affecting my business or my income or my ability to get to do the things that I really loved or keep them. And so that would be the kind of thing, if you are aware that maybe you have a fear. See, everybody lost love, so to speak, as a child. There was a moment when your parents got upset with you and you felt like you were a bad person. And that's why almost everybody has a belief that they're not good enough. And so if you have that belief, you really want to pay attention to it because it's not truth. You wouldn't be here if you weren't perfectly divine for exactly what you're meant to do. And I think you have a quote on your website that's sort of like that, like everything that's happened to you, right, is perfect to lead you, to give you the experiences, the skills, the understanding, the strength, the motivation to get to where you are. And you came here with a purpose, with a mission, with something that only you can experience and share with the world in your unique way. And if we're all walking around with all these people in our head, with all these, well, what will they think and what will they say and will they like it or won't they like it? I remember realizing one day in this grocery store that every single thing I bought, whether it was 10 cents or $2 million, my dad and my ex-husband, and my husband at the time, were in my head. I had them riding around with me, and I would go, what will they think? What will they say? Because my ex-husband was one of these people who, you walk in the door with a bag from a store, and the first thing he says is not, hello, how are you, how was your day, I love you. It was, well, how much did you spend, And so, these kind of people in there. So you want to pay attention to those lack thoughts and write them down under that poor girl side, and then decide now, what is your truth? What is your wealthy woman mindset? What is the opposite of that? And then you keep this as a cheat sheet. You actually use this. I used to have mine pinned up right next to my computer. And the minute you feel yourself moving into that constricted place where you feel, you know, the negativity or the fear, or you're feeling lack, or you're feeling, oh, I can't, or I don't have the money, or whatever it is, you want to interrupt it as soon as you can, and you look over at your sheet, and then you find the thought pattern that you're thinking, and you look over on the wealthy woman side, and you really begin to focus on that. Now, one of the keys on shifting your energy, because really manifesting what you want, so whatever it is you want, all these wonderful women on the call right now, you know, if you want your business to be world famous, if you want, you know, more clients or more time or more love or more money, whatever it is you want, it's already here. And you have to let yourself want it. And if you've got all these people, all these ghosts in your mind telling you who you are and what you're worthy of and what's right and what's wrong, rather than following what I call that divine desire, which is your map inside, then what you are going after in your life, you're either not going to be fulfilled because it's not really who you are and what you want. You're doing it because you were told you were supposed to want it or you could do it. But you're also not living up into your full potential. And there's always an opportunity to shift that. Then you have to decide that it's time to take back control of your mind and not care what other people think, even the people who love you. Set those boundaries so that you can actually hear your own inner voice and then begin to construct your dream from the place where you are the ones making the choices. That makes it much easier for us to reach our goals when they're really truly based on our own desires.
Fantastic, fantastic. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Hello? Oh, fantastic, yeah. This is, you know, it's just amazing what you're sharing, and I think it's a food for thought now for all the ladies who are listening, you know, to go back and you know, check in themselves. I don't know if it's possible. I think you need help, isn't it, to be able to discover these things. I don't know if it's possible for someone to be able to do it themselves. I think they need an expert like you to be able to help them discover these things.
It's much
easier. It doesn't sound like something you can do. It doesn't sound like something you can do by yourself.
Well, you can start to uncover, like if you keep this sheet, you're going to become aware. That's the first step, is to really become aware. It's what I call figuring out where you are. Most people really don't know where they are, meaning like what are their real beliefs and why are they getting the results that they're getting. And one of the things I like to say is evict that poor girl, you know, kick her butt out of your mind. I'll even use the visualization of big, you know, security guard kind of men in these big, you know, black suits with their little headsets on. And it's like as soon as I find that poor girl running rampant in my head, you know, telling me, oh, something fearful or whatever, I'll be, come on in, and they come and they drag her out and they lock the doors and they stand there as guards. You know, whatever you need to do. But the real key is, to keep interrupting that pattern and then expand your belief into what you want. You've got to actually step out in faith, because you have to see it in your mind. You know, manifesting doesn't mean, you know, working really hard till something happens. All it means is that you're shifting your awareness, that your mind and your eyes can now see it, are aware of it, whereas it's been there all along. It's amazing to me. Every time that I see that proven over and over and over, it was always there. It was always there. You know, when I got into real estate investing, I had never in my life thought about real estate investing. It was not some long dream I'd have, just completely out of the blue. And the way that it came to me was my kids. I had one daughter who died, and then a couple of years later, I adopted twins and at birth, and they were about to go to school. They were almost 5, and I had sold my business and stayed home with them. And I was thinking about, starting another business, but I hadn't really thought about it seriously or what I was going to do. And my ex-husband would go to bed with the TV on, and it was late at night. I'd come in and out of the room, and there was this infomercial on 7 nights in a row, the same infomercial every single night. And the way I was raised was you don't buy anything off TV, right? It's a scam. And so the first few nights, just walked through and went, yeah, brother, how stupid. It was one of those, oh, you could be so rich in a yacht because there's all this stuff, And then probably the third or fourth night, I'd watch a little bit of it, and then I'd watch a little bit more. So finally, after a week, I was like, okay, I'm not that stupid. I'll listen. So I called him up, and through a lot of drama, I signed up. And it was one of the most lucrative and rewarding experiences of my life. I absolutely loved it. It was when I first became a public speaker. I had people who came up to me and asked me to coach them. I had never considered coaching before, and I built an amazing business. But my husband was so pissed at me that I spent $5,000 signing up for it that he didn't speak to me for 2 months. And
2 months?
Literal. No. And after, it was about 3 months that I did my first real estate deal, and I made $10,000 in 2 weeks on it. And I drove to his work, and I called him up, and I had him come down, and I held the check up. And I went, nanny, like I had done 3 months, but he was so concerned, it scared him. He was not, he thought it was risky, but it was one of those things where real estate investing already existed. I didn't know anything about it. It never occurred to me to look into it, and yet it was sitting there all along. And when I got into it, I met some of my best friends. I told you some of the other benefits that came from it. So it's always there. One of the things that I love to do with people is when they come to me and they're like, I want to work with you. I want to do this program. I don't know how to manifest the money for it, which is very common, right? I'm sure there's lots of coaches and women on here that have amazing businesses. And one of my favorite things to do is help you with your sales strategy and understanding how to shift your mindset, your beliefs about yourself and money so that you can hold a space that you're not desperate, you're not attached, and you're really holding a space where you are giving. You're like, how can I give to this person at the highest level? But you're also allowing them, not allowing them to use these excuses for not getting what they want. Because people come to you because they need what you have. And we've got to be able to stand firm and say, if we do have the right solution for them, we have to be able to stand and say, this is for you. And what do most of us hear, right? 70-80% of the time you're going to hear, oh, I really want it, but I don't have the money, right? I can't afford it. Or my husband would be so mad at me if I spent that money, or I can't spend that money on me, right? Something along those lines. And that's where I love to show people, yeah, but if you make a decision that this is what is best for you, then the way to make it happen is here. It has to be. It's a law. It's the law of polarity. And there's no way it's working for everybody else and not for you. So if you want to, I can show you how to become aware of where that money is. And I'm probably going to write a book one day because honestly, the most amazing things that I see happen when people shift from saying, I don't have it, I don't know how, and I don't see it, well, that's a command to your mind to not see it, to not have it. And you immediately erase the ability to even be aware of where that money is. But if you change that and you say, okay, I'm going to absolutely 100% decide the law of polarity is true. If I have a problem or a need, the way to make it happen is here. The supply had to be here before I even got the idea. It's not possible for it not to be here. Then you're going to go out with a completely different attitude. And if you start saying, okay, basically like show me the money, you tune into that, it's got to be here. And you really brainstorm over every possible avenue and opportunity, you're going to start to see things and become aware of things you never were before. One of my favorite stories is a client of mine who she manifested most of the money for a coaching program, and she needed another $5,000. She wanted to pay in full. And so she was doing one of my techniques, which I developed years ago because I would lose my car keys And I knew they were in the house because I'd driven home, but I couldn't remember where they were. And instead of walking around going, I don't know where they are, and getting upset, the way most people do it, I knew that I had to be telling my mind what I want. You have to be telling your mind all day what you want. And so I said, okay, I walked around looking for the keys, going, there they are, 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 there they are. Until, oh, there they are. And
that's a good one.
And you really should use it. You know, one time I couldn't find my passport, and we were getting ready to leave, and I was freaking out, and I turned the whole house inside out, and I finally stood in the middle of the living room and just breathed and was very calm, and I said, okay, this is ridiculous. Stop trying to use your conscious mind to find it. Just be told where it was. And I was very, very still, and I just listened. I said, there it is. And then I just waited, and just this image popped in my head of this little drawer on this table by the front door, which I have no idea why anybody would put it in there. And I walked right over, and there it was. You know, so, but this client, she started walking around her house, and she's going, there it is, there it is. It has to be here. It's here. There it is, there it is, there it is. And she got drawn to the bookshelf, and she thought, oh, you know how you pull out a book and you open it, it has a message. Usually it's very profound. She thought, okay. She pulled the book out, and underneath was a white envelope. And when she opened it, it was a credit card that had been sent to her when she moved in that she probably would never see for years until she moved. And she called them up, and they said, oh, sure, we can activate that for you. It's got a $5,000 limit.
Ooh. That's a good one.
Yeah. It's just literal. I just recently had a live event, and I helped a lot of the women who came to it to manifest money before they got here. And one lady came, and I've got to get this picture from her. She's holding $1,800 in cash, and she's like smiling. She goes, look what I did. Because, you know, when you have something, you're willing to do whatever it takes to make it happen. You know, it's there. And it was so funny, you know, another lady was like, well, you know what? You kept saying it was right there, and sure enough, there it was. And I turned around and figured this out. Yeah, and I had a lady who wanted to move to, she did a VIP day with me, and her big dream was to move to Costa Rica. She already had the place. She would buy the land. She knew exactly how much money she needed. She had a son that was, you know, going to be living with her whole life because he was disabled in some way. She was a waitress. She was not making enough money to barely even live here, and she needed over $300,000 to manifest this. And we were strategizing over a 5-year plan on how to get her there, and she's going to have to make some major differences, obviously, in her life. And when she left, we did a hypnosis, and one of the things that I programmed for her was, you know, to be open and aware of opportunities. And I think it was 3 weeks later or something, she called me up, and she remembered, she started going through old paperwork, and she remembered that she was given some kind of a bond or something, I don't know what it was, from her grandparents when she was little. And when she found it and hunted it down, it was worth $325,000. And wow. She didn't remember it, and you know, who knows if she ever would have remembered it. So those are just some of the fun things. But it really is, it's about shifting your awareness. And so if you want more clients or cash, and then you could use this also for yourself by really tuning in to telling yourself that you have a desire for a reason. You have a desire to do whatever your passion is. You have a desire to live a particular place or lifestyle. There's a reason for it. I know there's a lot of people that were raised like I was, where I was told you don't get to have what you want, and don't be selfish, and don't be greedy, and don't be vain, and don't talk about yourself, and don't say you love yourself, and, you know, don't think you don't get your cake and eat it too. And we've got so much that in this that we actually think it's wrong for us to have desires like, you know, I want to live in Paris, or I want to have a big house, or, you know, I want to have my own private plane, or whatever it is. And you don't have to have dreams that big, but there's a reason for you wanting it, and you've got to get all those ghosts out of your head so you can clearly hear what really is the message for you. and not what's coming from other people. What's common is one client came to me. She was making about $150,000 in her business. She'd been doing that for a couple of years, and she decided to increase it once up to about $250,000. And she thought, well, it's just a matter of me deciding that and then looking at the strategy of how to change my business. And that didn't turn out to be the problem. She knew how to do the marketing. She knew how to change her packages or whatever she needed to do. What happened was immediately her mind started saying to her, oh, who do you think you are? You're pretty big for your britches. Think you have that. I mean, how many people heard that growing up, right? Yeah, immediately her family was right there in her head, being negative and distracting her and making her feel like she wasn't worthy of it. I have clients who are making millions who are moving into the $1 billion business range, and they hit their fears and ghosts. So it's a fascinating thing to understand that every time you step out of your comfort zone, every time you change and you up-level your life, your income, whatever you're doing, there's going to be a natural barrier there that's going to try to convince you that you need to stay where you are. And that's not truth. That's all those things that are inside of you that were given to you that weren't necessarily truth. And so becoming aware of the law of polarity, becoming aware of that poor girl voice, and understanding that those are the things that are stopping you. That's not your subconscious mind can be so reasonable and make it sound so, you really need to check the email now. You really got to go, do this with your kids. Well, you shouldn't go do this for yourself. You should save that. Whatever it is, sound very, very reasonable. So one of the things I recommend to people is you really start questioning the voice. You start questioning who's thinking, because we don't necessarily want to believe and trust everything we think.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. Because all you're saying is the truth, and yeah. Wow. True, very true. I won't stop here. I want you to just keep going on. I want you to keep going on.
Well, I have it actually this Friday, the 13th. Oh my goodness, Friday the 13th. I am doing a complimentary training call. If anybody would like to come, we're going to go more into depth around this topic about eliminating your mind ghosts and increasing your clients and cash and confidence. And you can just go to my website, nanakasha.com, and you'll see a sign-up form. You just go right to the bottom of the main page there, and you'll also get two free audios. One of them is Get Out of Your Own Way, and The Wealth Will Follow, and the other is Stepping Out of Lack and into an abundance mindset. So those are three things that people can get that I'd like to share for sure with everybody. And did you have any questions, or did you have anybody that would like to ask a question or something in particular I could expand on?
No, I actually wanted you to do, is it possible for you to give us like a 10 minutes of, your hypnosis session that you do? Is it possible? We've got some time. We've got about that time. Yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, do that with us.
Okay, sure. Let's see what we've got. We will, good. Okay, so, if you're driving, don't do this, but comfortable wherever you're sitting, and go ahead and take a nice short breath and just let it out real fast. Go, and just sort of push it out of your body, and then do that again. And then just allow your eyes to close and take a nice, slow, deep breath in now. Bring it in through your nose and just feel it filling you up. Imagine that it's a color and it's just filling up your chest and your head and your heart. And then just let it go very slowly and feel it just moving down over your body and letting your body relax. Just letting yourself relax into your chair. And then take another nice, slow, deep breath in. Bring it in through your nose. Again, imagine it being a color. It's just cleansing and clearing and healing and moving through all of your cells. And now just let it go. Let it just move down, gently soothing, moving down through all your muscles, letting yourself go limp, allowing yourself to relax into your chair. And now just relax. And just allow yourself to be in this space. And imagine that there is a bubble around you. And this bubble, you can see through it. It's crystal clear. It's beautiful. But there's, at least an arm's length space around you inside this bubble. And just imagine now that your intention is that this bubble is filled only with truth, only with unconditional love. And just begin to feel that. Just imagine like someone filling a glass. If there's anything in that glass, it'll just rise up to the top and gently pour out. That any fear, that any negativity, that any blocks, that anything that's going on right now that isn't truth, that isn't supporting you, you're just allowing it to just rise up and gently and slowly just move right out of that bubble as you feel that unconditional love filling it up. But really tune into that space. Really feel into this energy that you're breathing, that is moving in and out of your lungs and through your veins. And it says yes. Yes. As it's moving through you, it only says yes. It withholds nothing. There are no conditions for it to say yes, for it to love you, for it to approve of you, for it to give you whatever you could desire. Just feel that it's filling the space around you and moving through your body and moving through your cells. And that yes is just like a gentle wave that's moving in and out and in and out and rocking you. And now here in this space, just allow yourself to feel a relaxed, supported, completely letting go, completely at peace. Just feel yourself suspended in this bubble, supported by whatever you need. And now, I want you to begin to really feel that energy around you. This is the field of abundance. The field of abundance is full of every possibility. There is nothing that's possible that isn't here. It's all here in this space with you. And in truth, there's a spirit, there's an essence, there's a feeling, a consciousness to this. And you can feel it, almost hear it, like hugs, like support, like ideas and direction. Now begin to sense how deep and rich this field of opportunities and abundance goes. And it is all that exists around you in this moment, in this space. And it's here just for you. And anything that you can conceive of, there is a way for you to receive it, to perceive it, to experience it. And it comes from this space. And you begin to feel the spirit of opulence that literally at your fingertips, you wouldn't have to provide any more effort than barely raising a finger, and right there at the end of your fingertips, exactly what you need is there. You feel that. You sense it. You accept it. Breathing it in. And now, tuned into this spirit of opulence, knowing that anything you need is here. That this is in truth the way the world is designed. Bring up what you most desire to manifest now in your business. Is it particular connections or colleagues? Is it a particular amount of money that you want to manifest consistently? Clients? Just pick one thing and focus on it. Bring it up in your mind. Put yourself into the image of having it. If it's something that you are going to manifest in 30 days, imagine yourself in 30 days. If it's what you're going to manifest by the end of this year, imagine yourself at New Year's Eve. I want you to begin to think and feel from that perspective that it's already here. You've already achieved it, received it, you have it, you own it. What does it feel like? Imagine standing there going, oh my gosh, look at it. It really was there all along. It's just so amazing. How will it look to have that money? How will it feel to know that you have that freedom? You have that ability to now do the things you want, share what you want. How would it feel to have that new dream client that loves and respects your work? Feel it. And as it becomes more vivid to you, allow this field of abundance around you to show you the path. Say, how did I get here? What was my first step? There had to be an opportunity, a person, an idea, something in my environment that I could do. And allow yourself to see it, to know what that is. What is your next step? And as you become aware of that idea, also ask to be showed, what do you need to let go of? What is the price? What's the payment? You have to let go of something that you fear, something that's based in lack, something that is not in the same space with your goal. Do you need to speak in public and you fear that? Is that your fastest path to your goal? Then it's time to embrace that's who you are and step through that. Do you need to manifest the money to hire the help you need? The way to do it is here. See it and feel it. What do you need to let go of? Who do you need to ask? What do you need to provide or give? Allow yourself to see it clearly, your next step, and what you need to let go of, what you're going to leave behind to make space and room. And now breathe in and feel again yourself having and owning and being the person who's achieved and received this. And in your heart say, yes, yes, it is done.
Yes. Feels good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So how was that for you?
It was good. Very good. I just feel like coming out of the space.
That's equal. Hey, I'm going to stay in my yummy space. But so you guys now have to get the audios for this, so you repeat that, because it's a really great thing to repeat. And especially if you do something like that every day, you're going to really be laying the foundation to think from that law of polarity, of really tuning in to the fact that everything you need is here. And I would really recommend that people, before you go to sleep, be as conscious as you can be of what you're thinking about. What I would recommend is that you are tuned into this as you're falling asleep, asking that question, show me my client, show me my money, show me my, next step, show me what I need to let go of. And
yeah. Fantastic. Hello? Kind of lost you now.
No, I'm here.
I thought I'd lost you for a minute. Oh wow, that's fantastic, Nan. Thank you so much for sharing, and thank you for the audios that you've given. 3 audios, for the listeners. I'm going to be sending out an email, and a lot of the listeners like the replay. They say, oh, we can't stay up, so, and then the time zone difference also. So a lot of them do wait for the replay. So I'll be sending out an email, so that they can listen to the email and then sign up for the 3 audios. I'm going to be number 1. I'm going to be the first person signing up for that. So thank you so much. Thank you very much for all that you shared.
Absolutely. It was an honor to be here. I loved sharing with you. And again, it's Nan Akasha, NANAKASHA.com. Go down to the bottom of the main page there, and you can sign up to get those 3 audios we're talking about. And there's also information on there about hypnosis, and also my last 4 blogs or so might be interesting to people. I went through what I called high income secrets 1, 2, 3, and 4, and those are on there as well. If anyone has any questions at all, please feel free to email us at admin, ADMIN, @nanakasha.com. We'll be glad to help you out.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Well, ladies, you can see we've had a wonderful time. 2 ladies with so much to give. I'll just look at words. I just don't have anything to say today. So we've had fun today. It's been fantastic interviews we've had today with Joanna Martins and also with Nan Akasha. Beautiful. Tomorrow we have 2 ladies. Deborah is going to be talking to us about how to take our book and our message on a tour around the globe without leaving our home. I want to know about this, and I'm sure that you want to know. There's so many authors coming up, and I'm sure you want to know how you can take your book and your message around the globe without leaving your home. And we also have Amethyst Wildfire, and she is going to be telling us how to get out and speak. Get out and speak. And I think what Nan has taught us today would help us get out and speak, and then we'll have to hear what Amethyst has to say. And so there are 3 terror-taming tricks to help us get out there, get out of our house, and on stage and speak and serve successfully. So, ladies, I will see you tomorrow on the call. If you haven't been telling your friends about this call, please do tell your friends. They're free to listen to. You can see the speakers are just fantastic women, with experience, with years of experience. They've done it. They've done it. So they're not reading from a book. They've done it. They're telling you life experiences and they're sharing testimonials of, what they've done. You know that they have done it. So tell your friends about it, and I'll see you all on the call tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. GMT. Please check your time zone so that you don't miss out. It's 8:30 p.m. GMT. We'll have another call. Thank you so much. And thank you, Nan, if you're still there. Thank you very, very much for, being with us on this call this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.